Romania. I'm currently the SIP regional coordinator, and I did my Erasmus in Porto. And oh, sorry.
It's not my laptop. That's
and now you go to this one, and they can like go. Yeah, but now you go here, and then like.
I'm a nightmare. And hi, my name is Andreea Pintea. I'm from ESN Cluj-Napoca from Romania. I'm the vice chair. Currently, I'm the procedural auditor of ESN International. I did an Erasmus in Lithuania in 2021, and I like photography and cars.
Yes. Okay, so because I understand that some of you already met some other Romanians, and you already know the stories how easy it is in Romania. We also decided to take and give more time to the rest of the international guests. So we're gonna have a short presentation of our journey, because this is what's been said. I'm sick of seeing the Halloween Transylvania and Escape to Vama Veche. Can you do something else? So since we are quite old in ESN, I would say, or people would say, we decided to share a bit of our experience, so get us to know us better. And
this is for both of us because we are from the same NO. So we both joined in 2021, and I was the local secretary general of my local section for 2 years, for 2 mandates. Meanwhile,
yeah, and I was first events manager in the local section, and then I was vice president the next year of my section. But then and next I was the vice president of ESN Romania for 2 years actually. But this is the first year when I was my first board, and then this is our board, because in my second mandate, Andrea also joins the national board as the Secretary General. And we are not very good at taking pictures, board pictures. I know I love your board's pictures, all of yours. I see them very fancy with the suits. We cannot do that. So we just are silly. Next. And currently, as we said, we are part of ESN International, so I'm the SIP regional coordinator.
And I'm the part of the audit commission of ESN International, the procedural auditor.
The statutory next.
Yes.
And then
we did a lot of events. We participated in a lot of events, and we're gonna start with the international events that we were involved with, and then move to the national ones, so you understand a bit of national events in ESN Romania as well. But Ixan did this.
Yeah, when I first joined ESN 6 months after, I was part of the OC of the community meetings in Bucharest, which were the first after COVID, very crazy. And we got restrictions during the event, so we were all stuck in the hotel. But very fun event, and this is how I started ESN. And then I was also part of the OC for the EGM Bucharest. I don't know, is anyone here who was part of?
No, I was there.
Whoa, so many. And then next.
Then we were the head and vice head of OC for the national boards training last year. Not last year, oh my god, we are in 2026. 2 years ago, in Cluj-Napoca.
And no one. I don't think anyone was.
Anyone? Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
yeah, Gonzalo.
Yes.
Always Gonzalo.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, and you. Next.
And then I basically had to do CP Yerevan. Yeah, Gonzalo was also there. He's following me, guys. Quite scared, to be honest. Yeah, nothing special. Next.
And then for ESN Romania, we have projects and events. And those are the three projects that we have: Escape to Vama Veche, National Erasmus Games, and Halloween in Transylvania. For Escape to Vama Veche, we did that picture from over there is from our mandate when it happened during our mandate last year. The National Erasmus Games I did as part of the NOC in 2024. That's the picture there. And then Halloween in Transylvania I also did as part of the National Organizing Committee in 2023. Next. For events, we have. Let's say this one.
we have not that many as you have here. Unfortunately, we have the national training event just happened like last month. The local boards training after the local boards are elected, and it's in the summer, in July, and then two national assemblies. And we were part in organizing all of them basically during our mandate, sometimes more than the other time. Next, please. Fun facts, which is quite embarrassing now that I look at, because the amount of money I spent for all these events, but I attended 30 international events, and Andrea asked me yesterday, and I had to count them, and it was quite scary, and 21 national events. So
And I have rookie numbers compared to that.
I'm going for the record.
Next.
Okay, this is me. I'm Marco. I'm one of the board and raised in Bergamo, so it's not common to have people from Bergamo in my section, actually. I did my Erasmus in Belgium in 2019. Fun fact, I visit all the city in the Netherlands except Amsterdam during my Erasmus. So this time I can see I full see the country. I'm proud member of ESN Bergamo. I'm part of ESN from 2021. I am in my real life, I would like to say, I am a software engineer and owner of one of AI company in Europe. And in ESN, my last two work, I would like to say, I'm a technical chair for EGM for this year as part of ESN International, and I'm also permanent technical chair of ESN Germany. So, and yeah, so that is me. I do a lot of events, but now I can see much less than you. But yeah, it's me.
Then
We invite the OC.
All right, I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short because of time. I don't know where to stand. Can everyone hear me as well? Yeah. With the mic? Okay. Welcome, this is the OC. This is me, I'm John Lee. This is Jasper. We have Christina right sitting there, and we have Max right over there. If there's anything regarding the plenaries, the OC, or the organization in general, you can just come to four of us. Very easy. You can always find Jasper, Christina, and Max. You can find them somewhere around amongst you. For me, I'll be walking around so you can easily find me. Very short, me, John Lee. I am an alumnus of ESN Amsterdam, done 2 board years here, started my journey in 2018. Jasper, he started his journey 2 years ago, roughly. He's a big lover of sports adventures, cameras. He's very technical as well. He's also international technical chair for the GA. Nice. We have Christina, she's the president of ESN Amsterdam, and she's also president of another association, the Bulgarian Association, if I remember correctly. She likes the Netherlands. She likes a boyfriend. We got Max. Max, cool guy as well. He has a long history with Jasper, very technical as well. He worked in Horeca, so he's a fun guy. He's half Brazilian as well, so that's cool. If you want to know more, ask him, ask me, or ask her. That's old things. Last thing is I'll be also taking photos, not now, but I'll be also taking photos for today. So you can look into the camera, but you can also not look in the camera to be non-charming. What is it? What's the word? Nonchalant. You nonchalant. That's it. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Thank you.
thank you, OC. And this will also be your points of contact. So, in case you need anything, if anything happens, you go to from the OC part to Tony, and from the council of advice. I still have to remember this. Oh, this is so weird. The council of advice. We have Andrea.
She's gonna come here at, she's gonna be here at 10:30,
Okay.
so she will say hi.
Yeah. And from the national board side, you have Phoebe, that you can contact if anything happens, if you need anything. These people should be able to help you. And then for this event, because ESN events are safe and should be a safe space for everyone, we have some rules and that include some inclusive language. So please speak English. Introduce yourself with your preferred pronouns if you are comfortable with this. No gendered generalization. Next. Some other general rules. Please be on time. Everyone, not only the vote delegates. Please be respectful and again speak English during the breaks. So OC also prepared a quiet room. You can ask the OC, they already presented themselves. And whenever you feel overwhelmed, you need a moment for yourself, you can go to the quiet room, take your time, come back when you feel ready. And because we are trying to be as productive as possible and not interrupt, we have some signs, so some gestures. If you want to ask a question, it's the normal hands up. We're gonna do speaker list. I think. Wait, is it slide right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's even easier. But if you have reactions, which is not a question, you can ask questions. So if you have a reaction, you're not gonna expect an answer. It's gonna be 2 fingers up, 1 finger for procedural questions, everything related, anything unrelated to the topic actually. Again, because we don't want to interrupt, we're not gonna stop and applaud to take time, but we're gonna show our appreciation or agreements with the jazz hands. And of course, if there's gonna be noisy, you're gonna raise your hands up and follow and be silent. Okay. Next. So the speaker list, any participant can speak, but you have to be added to the speaker list. Now we have Slido, so it's easier. And if you have a question, please add your name and section, so it would also be for the minutes. We already mentioned the reactions, and please only speak when the city gives you the right to speak. Next, this is gonna be the slide for the question rounds. So if you want to scan the QR code.
You're gonna have the QR code after this.
Okay, so regarding the voting procedures, there are going to be public votes where the vote delegates hold up the voting devices for what they're voting on until the scrutinizers have counted the votes. Voting devices should be well visible. And then we're going to have secret votes, and they can always be requested. And yeah, I think this. So in case you need to have a secret vote, you gotta announce it in advance also. Okay, and then for the majorities, we have simple majority where the vote option with the highest percentage of the cast votes wins, and abstentions are not counted. And then absolute majority, which is the vote option that reaches more than 50% of the cast votes wins, and 2/3 absolute majority, the votes option which reaches more than 2/3 of the cast votes wins. These voting procedures are also explained in your statutes, and the votes are going to be formal, binding, besides the quorum checks that are informal. So it's not going to be binding. Okay, so for the quorum check, in order to reach the quorum, we need the minimum number of, what's the quorum? Everybody knows what's the quorum? Perfect. So we're gonna need 50% over 50% plus 1 to reach it, and it's gonna be through the roll calls. And I was very not inspired of the question for the roll call. Refresh it, please. The question is if you prefer the surprise.
Yes.
But we can do it without Ishgata.
It could also be a yes. If I call them and they say yes.
Well, I prepared the question. It's very good. It's very easy. The question is, do you prefer using Slack or Google Chats? 'Cause I have some beef with your board. So, easy question. Google Chats or Slack? So when I'm gonna say when I'm gonna call your section, you have to answer either Slack or Google Chats, okay?
Answer wisely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Answers. Actually, there are.
Yes, in Amsterdam.
Christina, ESN Amsterdam, Google Chat.
Okay. Yes, and Breda.
Yes, I'm brother.
Sorry?
Yes, I'm brother abstain.
Okay. I don't know. Oh, okay. Yes, and Dev.
Johnny, yes, and that's sorry.
Okay. Yes, and Groningen.
Morning and Slack.
Yes, in Holland, Haarlem did not delegate a vote. Yes, and Leiden.
Eddie is in Leiden at neither.
Fair enough. Yes, in Maastricht.
Gigi is in Maastricht, neither.
Yes, in Nijmegen.
Hello, ESN Nijmegen.
Yes, and Rotterdam did not delegate a vote. Yes, and The Hague.
Not here.
Yes, and Tilburg did not delegate their vote. Sorry. But they are here. Yes, and Twente.
Hello, ESN Twente, Google Chats.
Yes, and Utrecht.
Max is in Utrecht, Google Chat.
Yes, and Voor Amsterdam. Correct. Yes, and
Wageningen.
Wageningen.
Here's Ella Ace in Wageningen, Google Chats.
Yes, and Zwolle.
Michel is in Zwolle, upstairs.
Okay, so the quorum was reached. So perfect, we can start. And next one. Now we're gonna need to appoint the scrutineers. You need two scrutineers to help us with voting. Who volunteers as tribute? You know what the scrutineers are?
Yeah, they do.
So anyone wants to be a scrutineer?
It's not that hard. If you do it faster, then we finish faster today, and I know you want to do that. We have the Kobo of the NV tonight.
Exactly.
Come on, guys. Cool.
We need two people who are not local representatives.
One.
Yes. Yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Can you come here?
Am I going to get there?
Aici te să modifici mai.
Last time they were
Yeah. Okay. The obstacle round.
Is the but if you go to the
Your names. You have to give them your names. Your names.
Behind us. Can you have your
Gaia.
Sweden.
How do I pronounce your name?
Wageningen. Wageningen.
Groningen.
At 80%. I'll take it.
No. We will, but
I cannot put it on the presentation. I don't know how.
No, we have more.
Yes.
Really beautiful. This is actually my favorite building. Where my program is.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the first public votes. We're gonna need to appoint the scrutineers, so we have two volunteers. And the question is, do you approve of Kiran and Gaia as the scrutineers for National Platform 2? And the options are yes, no, or abstain. So we can start. Okay, yes in Amsterdam,
Christina, yes, in Amsterdam, yes.
yes in Breda,
Yes.
yes in Def,
Danny, yes, and Def, yes.
yes in Groningen,
Yes, I'm Groningen, yes.
yes in Leiden,
Leiden?
Leiden,
Oh yeah, Eddie is in Leiden, yes.
Culpa. Yes in Maastricht,
GG is in Maastricht, yes.
yes in Nijmegen,
Ella is in Nijmegen, yes.
yes in The Hague,
Not here. Not here.
okay, so it's, sorry. Then, where was it? Yes in Twente,
Ella is in Twente, yes.
yes in Utrecht,
He's in Utrecht, yes.
yes in Amsterdam,
Ook is in Amsterdam, yes.
yes in Wageningen, Wageningen,
Chris Ella is in Wageningen, yes.
and yes in Zwolle.
Michel Eersens Wolle, yes.
Perfect, the scrutineers were appointed. Thank you. So now we have to stay here to continue the votes, and then the next one is gonna be the agenda. So now you all have access to the folder where the agenda is. So I updated a bit the template to have it a bit more easier to understand. So in the folder that you received yesterday, you can also find this agenda now, which is going to be the updated one. But it's the same information. I hope you checked it. We can check it together. This is the first day. And it should be quite good if you respect it. And then the second day. Okay. So everybody has access to it. Everybody opened the agenda. Perfect. Then we're gonna go to the question of the approval of the agenda. Oh. Okay. Easy then. Okay, for the next question, yes.
Just so you know, the link on the survival guide is amazing.
On the survivor guide.
Like, the only place where I can find the photo is in the description.
Okay, there we're gonna update it then. Any other questions? Okay, then for this one, we're not gonna do the roll call. You can just raise the voting devices, and then the scrutineers will help us count. So the question is, do you approve the agenda of National Platform 2? Raise your voting devices for yes, please. 12. Okay, thank you. Raise for no. And raise for abstain. Perfect. Then the agenda was approved. And then you also received the minutes from the, sorry.
There's a man over there with microphone.
Ah, the mic.
Lonely.
There's someone with a mic outside.
Yeah. Okay, you also received the minutes from the NP1. You need to vote for those minutes. So I hope you all received them, read them, and are ready to vote for them. The question is, do you approve the minutes of National Platform 1? Again, we're gonna raise the voting devices. So please raise your voting devices if you approve the minutes of the National Platform 1. Yes. Okay, thank you. Raise them for no. Raise them for abstain. Okay, perfect. So the minutes of the National Platform 1 were approved. Thank you, the scrutineers, for now. We're gonna have you later for the next quorum check. Now we're gonna invite the National Board for the National Board updates presentation, personal and professional.
As you know, I like to speak standing, so I will keep doing that. But regarding my personal updates, well, I started my new job. I'm 4 months in now. It's very nice. And also, I will not be able to go to the office next week because the trains do not work. So they told us to stay working from home. I like that. And for Christmas, I went to the UK and Italy. So I had a small holiday in London with my boyfriend. You can see him there. And then I hanged out with my friends. Again, my B1 in Dutch is incoming. I'm preparing the stats exam for this summer. Yeah, it's very stressful, but I need to have it. So then I hopefully can work in universities in the Netherlands as well. I'm reading a lot on the train. If you follow me on Instagram, you know that I post often stories complaining about the ENS. It's very nice. On Wednesdays, I always hang out with a couple of friends every 2 weeks to have frozen Pornstar martinis in this place in The Hague, because you can get them for €6 just on Wednesdays. So it's cocktail night always. Yeah, I'm going back to uni from February. I enrolled in a second master. People call me crazy, but I think I will be able to do it. And that will take a little bit longer than the 1 year that's supposed to be. think I'm in my middle 20s crisis because I signed up to run a 10K race in The Hague in March. So now I'm training for that. I feel like now is the period that people sign up for Ironman, for races, or they go in Japan for like 3 months. So I think that's it. Next. Okay, regarding the professional updates, it's been actually a quite busy period. We traveled a lot. We had the GA, Level Up, CLR. In December as well, I went to Vorden to speak the Erasmus Plus conference organized by our national agency about the security of knowledge within the exchange programs. We're also working together with Mara on a campaign with DUO, so the Student Study Finance body that we can put out together with our Covenant partners. We are going on with the ISS project. So as you know, Tessa, I already sent you all the emails for the grants, but there's also a research part that we're gonna publish, and it's about, of course, the International Student Survey in the Netherlands. We welcome 3 new members to the EDU team. We have Lea, Joe from Groningen, and Anna from The Hague. I kept an eye on the policy plan development. You will see that more later as well with the half-year report. I participated in a video campaign to call for more investment for the Erasmus Plus program with NetER. It's Dutch NGO that works in Brussels. And I had section physics in Utrecht and Delft. I went to the Kobo in Zwolle. And I worked on an amendment that you will also see later about our board support. And we developed a national education strategy with the EDU team. This was never done before. So we're very proud. We're going to present it tomorrow to you. And we also redefined some of the EDU team portfolios. As you may know, the education team was just created last year. So we really needed to come down and have specific portfolios for our members. So that's it. I hope you appreciate the collage of tests I made on our pictures in Wrocław. And then I leave it to Anna now.
Perfect. I'm not going to stand up because I have little old lady legs, and if I do that, it's going to hurt. So I'm going to keep it pretty quick. Personally, I quit my horrible job that I hated because my manager annoyed me for the very last time. Thank you. I officially wrapped up the first semester of my master's, which is in political and economic philosophy. I went to Copenhagen, which if you were at CLR, you already know that, but I'll mention it again because it was great, and I got to see all the museums my little heart desired, and that was wonderful. And then I went back home to Norway for Christmas. Bottom right photo is some national dress drip, and the center photo is what my family does for Christmas dinner, which involves too many glasses and too many forks and too many spoons and knives and everything. But that was very lovely. Professionally, I'm also going to keep it short because I'm going to be honest, I was busy with more than what's on here, but it was so boring and bureaucratic even to me. I don't think any of you will want to hear about it. There was a lot of reviewing of our events policy paper because it's supremely out of date. If you were at CLR2, you also heard me complain about that, so that's what we're working on. Working on improving section care strategies within the network. I was very inspired after GA1. You'll hear more about that later during section care updates. You also hear more about the section well-being questionnaire. I went to a lot of in-person section visits. It was absolutely lovely seeing some of you. Sang karaoke at VU Amsterdam, which was probably the highlights, to be honest. So if any of you have any karaoke events coming up, please invite me. I'll be there. Obviously was at both PCM and CLR2. Also attended GA1. Top photo is me with one of the 31 gnomes I managed to take photos of while in the city of Wrocław. Incredible. You'll hear more about this later, but we're looking at rebalancing the VP role. Yeah, you'll get to hear about that. So.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm going to be very short on my personal updates because, well, my personal life has been quite boring, to be honest. I've been studying. Is the light in my face? Okay.
Like a little angel.
Yeah. I've been doing a few sports, and I've been watching a few TV shows, quite boring NPC kind of personal life. I'm finally watching Game of Thrones. So I'm finally one of the cool kids. And professional, well, treasurer updates are quite boring generally. I have my own half an hour talk about treasurer updates later in the agenda, but for now, I've invoiced most partners and sections for different things that were related to the first semester. I've been doing a lot of bookkeeping. I think I opened Visma more than I opened Instagram in the last 2 months at least. I went to WebNGA, those were very fun events. I went to NA Hungary with Jasper. This was in November, but feels like it was 2 years ago. And yeah, I finalized a grant policy. I presented at CLR2, sorry, and it's actually ready. I'm gonna send it out in the first coffee break. And you don't need to read it yet. I'm gonna present it in 3 hours, and it's gonna be in effect as soon as it's sent out, which is like in half an hour. And I've also had quite a lot of Treasure 101 calls, whether they were for a specific discussion, top point, or just catch up and any updates. Yeah, that's pretty much it on my side.
Cool. And then a little bit about me personally. As a lot of you have seen probably on my Instagram, ESN is Love ESN's Life. I've basically been doing this full time since NP1 as I couldn't find a job back then. Luckily, as you see it there as well, I actually have an interview on Monday. So hopefully by the end of January, I'll actually have a job and not be degenerate in that sense. But I've been all over the network, that being nationally, but also internationally. I've been to the GA web and all the other things, and also Sea Battle, for example, is one of the big national activities that other NOs do. Finally, also went on a holiday since the holiday before I started my local year. So it was long overdue. I went to Canada, I went to the US. I've got a lot of awesome pictures, which if you follow me on Instagram, you'll see soon enough as well. Last Thursday, I turned 28. Ow. And we had some board bondings as well, and there's some lots of pictures here to show as well. Now, professionally, if you go to the next one, Marco, you can see a lot of things. Well, since NP1, obviously, I worked on NP1 and also the report that was sent out to the GA, to the rest of the network. For PCM, did a workshop. For Web, I went there as delegation leader and gave a workshop there as well. Met some lovely folks that are now here as well. Went to the GA General Assembly as well as the technical chair there because they have a vacancy in the GACT. EGM preparations, a lot going on there. We have done all 3 rounds of spot allocations now, and I'll get more into detail about that during the international updates. I worked with the IO on the international dashboard and other things. Tom will give more of an update later on about that as well. With the membership team, I worked with them together, specifically with Giel, to work on the expansion, looking at new prospects within the Netherlands. We have 13 new leads that we may or may not, which may or may not go anywhere, so who knows. Also with Priyank worked a lot as the alumni coordinator. He started a little bit later than the other board support, so we don't have an update to share with you today, but just know that the 2 of us are doing really good work, and Priyank specifically, you're doing great. Then working for this MP, I basically redid a big thing of the code of conduct together with COA. Also worked on 10 plus amendments for our statutes and standing orders. So I'm going to be talking a lot about that once they come up. I hope you've read them because I put a lot of time in them. The 2 section visits, lots of internal restructuring as well, keeping up with that. National activity in Amsterdam, there was the beer contest, which was great. Thank you, Richard, for organizing. That was great. And also preparing just for work for NP2 here as MB, but also as the OC. So that's what I've been up to.
Yay, moving forward. Personally, oh, hold the microphone then. Yes, about my personal updates, as you know, I passed my theoretical driving exam. Sadly, I did not pass my practical one, but it's fine. I know what I'm going to do next time, and that's not going to tell my parents when it's going to be. Take it from me, trust me. I went to London with my sister for her 28th birthday, weirdly enough. I also joined the first volleyball tournament with my group in Nijmegen, which I really loved. We did not win, but we got 2nd place. I got the new plant. You can see it in the bottom left, which according to my sister means that I'm a full-grown adult now. I don't know what to say about that. I did a lot of sport in general. I started my bread baking obsession, and currently I'm baking every single week.
So call me if you need orders across the Netherlands for bread. I reconnected with the Romanian culture during holidays. I spent my New Year's in a mountain cabin without warm water, electricity, and heat. It was lovely. And I'm in the process of applying for my exchange, which is going to hopefully be next semester of the academic year. Moving on for professional updates. I joined PCM. As you probably saw on Instagram, we did a pretty lovely reel with Jasper's worthy podcast voice. If you have not seen it yet, please do, because it's amazing. I also attended GA Wrocław and CLR2. I did a section visit in Utrecht, which I really, really loved. Board bonding at my place in Nijmegen. I had meetings with PRCom and I-team. We worked really hard for the content, showcasing our board support, but also other ESN-related things. With I-team, we had a big progress on the GA app, but unfortunately the reason why we were not able to show it this NP, it was we encountered more issues than expected, also because of the holidays. They were not responding 5 weeks, ghosting us. It was like a whole deal about it. Talking about I-team in general, if you have any other issues with workplace or the website, please use the ticket support system, because it's really, really helpful and helps us to also see what are issues in terms of IT. I was also busy updating our website regarding the board support, making content posts for LinkedIn and Instagram. You can see the updates there basically, and also working on the yearbook. I also got a bit sidetracked because of the holidays, but I hope it's going to be done soon. Yeah, that's it.
I'm also going to be sitting here. So, personal updates. I finished the fall competition with field hockey. You can see a picture like top right of our last game. We won. We came in third, so that's really nice. I also went to some concerts. So, you can see on the right, I did a VIP meet and greet with Big Time Rush, and I got to be on the photo with Kendall. Also, full confession, I went to 3 Big Time Rush concerts. I also went to a Disney concert. I did a Christmas chocolate making workshop with my sister, Christmas with the family. I'm also currently working on my master's thesis, preparing my research proposal, enjoying the holiday break and the snow. You can see my dog in the snow. At some point he just started running around, was really cute. Also work. I started preparing for my skiing trip. I'm going skiing in 2 weeks. Really looking forward to that. And I started a new reeling challenge. My goal is 60 books this year, and I already finished 2, so that's really nice. As for professional updates, I am preparing NEG right now, National Erasmus Games. We'll talk more about that this weekend. CLR2, also the board bonding Sinterklaas, AISS Introduction Week grants, meeting for possible projects, collaborations, also the ARS activities reports, National Activity 1 in Amsterdam. I did some section visits to The Hague and my home section, Amsterdam, and together with Richard and Giel, we had the Walibi meeting, which Richard will tell more about.
Yes, and last but not least, I have the coolest updates. I am now Professional Partnerships Manager. I have a job at Breeze now. For those that don't know what that is a dating app. So if you need dating advice, relation advice, don't come to me. I got gaslit and tricked into signing up for an Ironman with Sabine. I have the highest chest elo I have ever had right now, and I have planned a pre-EGM scuba diving trip, which I'm very excited for. Professional updates, I went to Web, PCM, CLR, and GA, and I would like to stress this out because this is such a cool flex. I have been to every single Kobo. Maastricht, Groningen, Delft, Rotterdam, you name it, every single one, this year, and Leiden, of course. So if you're planning on doing a Kobo this year, you have to invite me. Otherwise, what else? I have done a student mobility partnership right now that is up for voting. I've done partnership management with Labara and all the other stuff. Wasted so much time on startup companies, so with NACOM, I have organized the first national activity, the Beer Cantus. And I also went to Walibi, and we called it the super serious Walibi negotiation trip, which went well. I will update you tomorrow about it. Thank you.
Thank you for the National Board for the updates. Do you have any questions for the National Board regarding their updates? Any questions relevant for the whole public? If not, you can also ask the questions definitely in the coffee breaks or lunch. So, before waiting, are there gonna be?
No way, it was canceled. There's no way.
It's too early to drop the bombs like that. Please stop.
Light hasn't had a kobo yet. It's the Mandela effect.
Okay, but if there are not any questions, I think I will propose to close the speaker list. Anyone opposes to closing the speaker list for the National Board updates? Okay, perfect. Then speakers list is closed. And next, we have the introduction for the international guests, and we're gonna invite ESN Switzerland.
I think the mic is over there. You have to switch, tell me.
So, hello everyone. We don't have much time, so this is very much of an introduction. Don't hesitate to come to talk to us and also to the other colleagues afterwards. I'm Daniel Grandjean. I'll present ESN Switzerland as a nation, and then after I give words for sections. So, in Switzerland, we are 13 sections. Unfortunately, we lose one not that long ago. And we are overall spread through different cities. Only one city has 2 sections, and you can see a huge white thing, it's mountains. So this is more or less also the construction of Switzerland. Next slide. We are kind of particular in Switzerland is that we have multiple languages, also same for Belgium. And so that also means that we kind of have to work around it, and we have sections that work in French, very few that work in German, in the German part. The Italian part is full Italian. But that means that nationally we come back to the, English. And we also have another language that basically no one speaks, which is called Romanche, and it's in the mountains, it's like of the blurry parts where there is a Swiss flag. Next slide. About the ESN Switzerland, we have 7 people in the board. It's the people that you see there, next to their sections, even though it's not always where they live, actually. For instance, our president, Agrippine, that is close to Lausanne, is actually in Canada. Besides that, we have a different structure in the board than you, and maybe next slide. Here is our structure. We have some positions that you don't have or spread it differently. But basically, each person has a team, and Matteo and Tom are in one of these teams. So you are both active at the local level and in these different teams. And so I'm the vice president for development, all the way to the left. We also have one for governance, so this is something that you have differently. For us, for instance, partnerships is within the treasurer team, and knowing the very special place Switzerland has with Erasmus Plus that we are trying to rejoin, in a good way, but we will see. We also have an education officer within the board, in addition to the president. We still have a national representative that most countries now don't have. Next. And why you should join ESN Switzerland events? We have two options at the moment for international guests, and you don't have to be national level or not even in a board in a local level. Any ESNer is welcome to our events. You can go to national assemblies, it's the equivalent of your national platforms, and we sponsor the travel. If you travel sustainably, you can get up to 100 Swiss francs, so 110 euros more or less, to cover your travel. We usually have quite some applicants, mostly for this reason. But we are always happy to have people from different countries to come and present as international guests. And the other option is the Swiss Train Rallies, our national event. We do it twice a year. And the point is that you start from a city, you discover along the way 3 more cities or 2 more cities, depending on the teams. And you do it with the national level, so you kind of discover a bit of Switzerland. And everybody meets at the end together for a party. We have a small picture of Web 2025 that was in Lenkring-Simmental. Some of you were there. I hope you enjoyed it. And we are not going to do another one next year, for sure. And now I give the words to the other ones for the section presentations.
Hello everyone, my name is Augustine. I am the current president of ESN Genève. So right there to the left in Geneva, we're a French-speaking section. We have about 800 plus students per year. We do about 100 events and we have 50 members. These are 3 kinds of events we do. We do ski weekends, something very, very Swiss, the fondue, and also we visit other parts of Switzerland. If any sections want to come speak with me, how you do on the local level, I'll be very glad to do that. I'm very glad to discover how you do it here. And next slide, please. Our local board, we have a rather large board with some board support positions. We also have a great advisory council. Daniel. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Guess who's back? Hello. My name is Tom. I'm from ESN Lucerne, Switzerland, also on the national level as IT manager, WPA, sorry. We are the heart of Switzerland, as you can see. Next slide, please. We work together with 3 universities, HSLU, Unilu, and PH Luzern. We have roughly 500 students each year. We are 40 team members, and we have roughly 80 events per year. 3 of my favorite activities are definitely karaoke nights. Jasper can attest to that. Then the bunker tour. Some of you might know Switzerland has a shit ton of bunkers, and basically they are there for protection. One of them is hosted in Lucerne, and it can fit the whole city of Lucerne in one big bunker. Super excited to live on the ground, to see how that structure works. And then, of course, the cabin weekend, where we come together, have a weekend away, either in snow or in sun. Next, please. We have 9 local board positions, so from president, vice president, treasurer, event manager, communication, LR, webmaster, partnership, and body coordinator. And as I mentioned, then we have 31 active members in the team. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Matteo. As you can see, I really appreciate to use Canva. It was very addictive, as you can see. I spent like 2 hours with some pictures, so it's a glimpse of what I'm about. So this is my starter pack. I love Linkin Park, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed. I'm from Sardinia, from Italy, and I love Amaretto Sour. I'm a bartender in Zurich, so come visit. Next, please. So from our section from ESN Winterthur, it's close to Zurich. We have briefly like 300 students more or less per year, and we operate in 8 different departments within 3 cities, 5 in Winterthur, it's called Vinti, 2 in Zurich and 1 in Wädenswil. And currently we are 74 members, which are, if I'm not mistaken, the 3rd biggest section in Switzerland, like members-wise. And we have also around 80 events per year. In my opinion, like highlights that we have is like the trips to Interlaken, Lauterbrunnen, the See Alpse, and the ski trips. Next, please. Our local board, we have, that's our mascot, Mufasa. It's also not in violation anymore. And 5 core board positions. So we have 2 presidents, the event manager, which is also me, and treasurer and HR manager. And we have 6 board support position, which is communication manager, social media manager, LR party coordinator, partnership manager, and we have 1 advisory council. We also were the OC of the previous NA1 in Winterthur in October 2025. I think that's it. I forgot to say I'm the national event manager of ESN Switzerland. Sorry. That's it. Yes.
If you have questions, don't hesitate to reach out.
Yes. Thank you, ESN Switzerland, and going forward with ESN Germany, but you can also ask a lot of questions during the break if you want to interact. It's closer here.
Okay, hi, I'm Jule. This is the Bundesbrezel. And I'm Hannah. And this is the Bundesigel. Yeah, we're going to tell you a little bit about ESN Germany. We were told that we have 3 minutes, so the presentation is exactly 2 slides long because we're German.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, German efficiency, if you've never taken the Deutsche Bahn. Okay, so in Germany we're quite a large national organization. We have 46, and in the next few, I would say in the last, in the year that's coming, we will get 3 other sections. We have 1 candidate section at the moment, and we're over 1,200 volunteers. We have 5 regions, which is the East, the Southeast, the Southwest, and the West, and the North. And yeah, the picture that you can see here is our last National Assembly in Dortmund, where Tom apparently lived. Yeah, that's going to continue.
Yeah, and then Spreebrek, most of you guys have probably heard it. I sent out an email yesterday. If you've already received it, that's great. It's our big national event, which is for ESN volunteers and also for international students. And we invite yeah, roughly 1,000 participants or even a bit more to Berlin for a whole weekend to celebrate together. There's a huge flag parade. There's a nice private party on every Saturday, and it's a really, really fun event. And yeah, there's actually already the open call happening for the next OC for Spreebrek in November 2026. So if anyone is interested in being part of the event, then feel free to talk to me over the weekend or just apply to the open call.
Yeah, and we also have a very, very large national level. We have over 60 members. So we have, apart from the national board, the national coordinators and the teams, our regional coordinators, our audit board. Right now, kind of coming soon is our conciliation committee, which is going to take care of the code of conduct incidents. And also we have the permanent chairing team, our technical chair, Marco, and then you can go to the other slide. Yeah, as 1/3 of the national board.
Yes. So this is the national board. You can see us all there on our national board weekend, which we did in the end of August. And we went to a very remote place in Brandenburg and spent a weekend together, which was very fun. Oh, 1 name is missing. So next to Jule over there, you can see Lena, which is our vice president for development, and she's responsible for trainings and also HR on the national and on the national level and also on the local level. Next to her, that's Dirk. Some of you might know him. He travels a lot for ESN international events. He's our treasurer, also for the 2nd mandate already. Then on the very right, it's Svenja, who is our communication manager. And next to her, that's Philip, our national president. And fun fact, as Jule already said, 3 out of 6 people live in the same city, which is Potsdam, which is where we are also from. Philip lives in Berlin, which is 20 kilometers away from Potsdam. And Svenja also lives in the east of Germany. It's only Lena who lives a bit farther away, but also only 2 hours. So it's very condensed this time, which is very fun. So yeah, now a little bit more about ourselves. My name is Hannah. I'm the event manager on the national level, and I'm responsible for organizing, of course, always together with the organizing committees, our national assemblies, also national events and activities like Spreebrek or our national Erasmus Games. Then I'm also responsible for general event planning. For example, we just introduced very newly a national event calendar, which has already been very, very helpful. And I'm also responsible for the ESN values compliance. So I work together with our social impact coordinator to make sure that, yeah, we work together with the whole network to keep our values and causes alive.
Yeah. I'm Yula. I'm the vice president for governance. So you can see we split up the vice president role. So I'm the first vice president for governance, and Lena's the first vice president for development. Mainly, I'm responsible for section care, section growth, section onboarding. So the three kind of like interested organizations or candidate sections that we have, and also some managerial administrative stuff, which is kind of boring. Yeah, as Hannah said, we're both from Potsdam and also Dirk, and it's a very lovely city right next to Berlin. You can forget about Berlin, actually, because we have 15 castles. So if you ever want to visit us, like, text us. But it's a very, very nice city, and we would love you to have us. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, ESN Belgium, please.
Cancelled. Hi. So my name is Margot, and I am the national representative of Belgium.
I'm Cam. I'm the education officer of ESN Belgium.
And we decided that for this presentation we would mainly present our NAs and NA and our national board, because at every national platform that we have, we always have this team, and we were very proud of our group costume of the first NP we had. We represented Inside Out, in case you didn't recognize, but yeah, I think you can go. So we're gonna introduce you Okay, so the first one is Noah, our president, who represented anger, and it's pretty accurate, honestly. So yeah.
Then we have Fien, our vice president, and so she's nostalgia, which not as accurate as anger, but still pretty accurate.
Yeah. Then Adelina is our treasurer, and she was representing embarrassed, and it's not really accurate. She just volunteered for this one.
She just had the right costume.
She liked comfy outfits, and he was yeah.
And then we have Debarga, our communication manager, who is Bing Bong, and yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Pretty accurate. And then we have Jessie, our secretary, representing this guest, and I think it's the most accurate one from all of the board, because she was not even forcing to make those facial expressions. I mean,
the sticker that we made from that is a staple sticker, like absolutely. And then for the next slide.
Yeah, then we have Sankara, who is the HR manager, being sadness. She is not at all being sad all the time, but she's very empathetic. So I think it's on this way, it's pretty accurate.
And we have Ame, our partnership manager, who is Ennui. And it was really just the hair that was accurate.
Then we have me, the national representative, being Joy, and
yes, very accurate. And then I was Anxiety, and also quite accurate, I feel.
And then we have Josephine, who was the being Fear, our main auditor, and not really accurate.
No.
Asking a lot of questions, but not because she's scared, I think.
No, we really hope that we're not scaring our main auditor that much.
And so yeah, that would lead to our next slide, being that we have our next NP coming soon at the end of February, beginning of March, and you can still register until the 20th of January. It will be in Geel, not Ghent. Please don't mix the two. And Geel is very close to Antwerp. And we would love to see you there, coming with an amazing group costume as well. So yeah.
The theme is to be announced, but the reason we were all inside out is because last time our theme was to come with your section, or the international guests could coordinate together as a group from a movie or TV universe. And everybody goes like super intense, gets really into the themes. It's super fun.
So yeah, I think there is one more. Wait. Yeah. You're lucky Jessie is not here, because she would have actual stare to you like that. Yes. I think it's done.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Belgium. Now, ESN Portugal, please.
slide. So yeah, ESN Portugal, we are the westernmost national organization of ESN. We are part of SWEP. Slide. We were founded in Porto in 1993, and right now we are 12 sections in 13 cities, which is very interesting because a lot of countries have 2 sections or 3 sections or 7 or 17 in the same city. But we have one section that is in 2 cities, and the other ones are just 1 city section. So I'm from ESN Aveiro, and we just got a new section, which is ESN Açores, which is the westernmost section of all of ESN. This is our national board. We have 4 elected positions right now, the president, secretary, communication manager, and the IT manager, and we have 2 interim positions, which is the vice president for development and the treasurer, and we are lacking 1 vice president for governance. They have very simple, basically the same structure as ESN International, except that we have secretary because we don't have a lot of staff. So the secretary is doing the grants and so on and projects. And then we have the support positions. We have more support positions actually. And we are starting them on the 1st of January. So I don't have the new graphics, unfortunately, but we have elected new support positions, but they are in all the different fields. And actually we also have IT support positions. This year we will have developers, but last year we didn't have them yet. So yeah. About our projects a little bit. We have 2 flagship projects, which are Christmas with Portuguese families and with retailers. Christmas with Portuguese families is a very interesting project because we invite families to receive international students, so Portuguese families who volunteer to receive international students during the Christmas time, and we usually get about 300 students placed for Christmas because it's sometimes very expensive to travel home, especially from Portugal during Christmas, so this is a great way to connect with the culture and with the community. And 2 other projects that we have, Go Green, we take people's old cards, not just ESN cards. It started with ESN cards, but we figured we can take any card, and then we turn it into benches and tree plantation. So we planted over 1,000 trees with this project, and we got an ESN award last year. And then another project is MESH, which is Mobility for Environmental Sustainability and Health, which all of our local events for international students, we try to put them under that. All of our national events for international students, we try to put them under that. And the idea is to make the event sustainable, safe, etc. And also we got an ESN award for that a few years ago, and we are still continuing with it. Next, a little bit of our national events. We had Erasmus National Games, which is part of International Erasmus Games project. It happened in Aveiro, which is my hometown, actually, and it was a success. We had a lot of teams competing, and we had an Erasmus National meeting, which will be happening in Albufeira. It's a bit of a misformat there, in the Algarve, in the south of the country. It will happen in April and May. And a little bit about our other initiatives that we have. The ESN card, we sell the most out of any country almost, let's say, our sections. So ESN Porto and Lisboa, they are top 1 and top 2. And we sold over 11,000 last year, but I don't have the data exact ones. And we have the survival guide. So every student that comes to Portugal receives a survival guide. It's a memory for your Erasmus. It's a memory of your exchange period, and also all the outgoing students have it. And the Lusophone one, it's for the Portuguese-speaking people that come to Portugal, so Brazilians, Angolans, etc. We have a lot of them. Also, we have policy papers on health and well-being, volunteering, and the status of the international student. And we actually presented it to the government and to the President of the Republic. So it's been a great success. And that's pretty much it. Thank you so much. If you have any questions about ESN Portugal, don't hesitate to ask. And I think I'm done.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Next, ESN Italy.
Thank you for you. I talk very fast.
Who you have survival I did it to you. Hey, guess anything, please.
Click. So, hi everyone, my name is Davide. I'm 23 years old. I have a bachelor in computer science. I'm currently studying computer science, computer engineering, well, cybersecurity engineering, sorry, in Turin. I've done my exchange year, like my Erasmus in Namur in Belgium. And I love Pokemon and Formula One. My career as a ESNer started in 2024. I'm part of the AT Commission for ESN Italy. I'm part of the Austrian Erasmus for Christmas project for ESN Italy. It's the same as the one in Portugal. And I'm vice coordinator of the Coordinamento Tosco-Emiliano. And this is my first MP as an international guest. What's a coordinamento? You will ask. It's like regional coordination. We have 7 in Italy. Our is the one in Tuscany and Emilia-Romagna. We are 5 sections, and we organize events all together. This photo is from the integrational weekend that we done in September before. Go back. And also we organize training events, and we find all together to train and then to have fun.
I'm Alessandro, this is Minerva. I've been an ESNer for less than a year, actually. I joined in late January last year. I am not a student anymore, luckily or unluckily. I'm a software engineer. I did my Erasmus in Copenhagen. Yeah. This is random stuff I like. I'm not going to repeat it because it's boring, but it's cool. Yeah, as I said, I've been an ESNer for about a year. I have too many roles overall, I would say. 3 roles as a board supporter at the local level, although I am planning to switch to board member. We have elections next week, actually. At the national level, I'm part of a team. We have many teams, actually, right now. We are trying to get rid of some of them. And part of 2 committees at the international level that joined ITCOM as a candidate. So, yeah, Gonzalo knows. He's part of the chairing team in ITCOM. I think he didn't mention, but he is. And yeah, it's also my first time as an international guest. This is me at SWEP in Santiago de Compostela a few months ago. This is my section, Milano Statale. It's one of the 6 sections in Milan. So yeah, in Italy, earlier Gonzalo mentioned that in Portugal they have the rare thing where they have 1 section for multiple cities. In Italy we actually have both. So we have a few sections that cover multiple cities, but Milan is the city with the most sections. So we have 6 sections that also form a coordinamento. It was founded in 1994. We have lots of Erasmus students. It's not even the biggest in Milan, actually. Polymé is bigger. We do basically lots of events, both cultural, social impact-wise, parties. Here, for example, we have on the top right, Scala Theatre, which is a very important opera and ballet theatre. On the bottom right, it is a tram party. So basically the transport agency gives us a tram from like 19th century tram, and we organize a party in it. It's very fun. And I go back for a second. And the other one is an event that we do with Coordinamento, where it's basically a treasure hunt around the city. It's very fun.
And now we'll talk about a little bit of ESN in Italy. We are the biggest in Italy. We have 53 sections. Last NP was an elective one. We have like all of them. We have a new vice president, who's Roxana. We don't have a communication manager, and our national representative now is in a better place. Next slide. because
This is the better place.
this is the better place. Our national representative became web project administrator for ESN International, and we have also Simone, who is the president of ESN International, who's from ESN Roma Luis. And also, why is in a better place the national representative? Because last MP, we removed the national representative from the board. Yes, time. That's it.
Speaking of NPs, our next national platform is in Pesaro. What?
Yeah, our national platform is from 12 to 14 March of 2026.
Registration starts on the 1st of February, so if you want to come, please do. Talk to me or talk to Davide. We do have translations, so yeah. Also Marco here.
Yeah, because our national platform is all in Italian, but we have translator, and
yeah,
if you come, you will.
Here are our contacts, and yeah, feel free to come chat.
Perfect. Thank you, ESN Italy. And now we also invite Simone, the special international.
I'm not special. No, you didn't change.
No.
It's okay. It's okay. So, if you have interregional platform, part of it will be really similar. But yes, so no, we can go with the slides. Can I have the presentation mode? Yes, this is the international board for 2025-2026. It's composed by me, I'm the president. Then in a moment we'll see also the face of Anya, Vice President for for Development, Kaya, Vice President for Governance, Rui, the Treasurer, Marco, WPA, and as you may know, we don't have a communication manager. The position is currently spread a bit all among of us. Next slide. Where do we live? In the ESN house. I could tell you many stories about it, even though we complained a lot because there are mouses, because sometimes eating doesn't work, because Wi-Fi was not working. We still love it a lot. And where is the house? Next slide. Every day to go to work, we take the Metro Line 5 direction Erasmus, which is really symbolic to remember every day what we do. Next slide. And where do we work? In the ESN office. We like to put ESN in front of everything we do. That is really close actually to the commission. It's in the heart of Brussels, I would say. Please, ESN Belgium confirm, which is also the office of ESN Belgium. And we share the office with two other organizations, the Marie Curie Alumni Organization, which is basically ESN but for researchers, and the Falcons Movement, which is an international organization that work with child education and formal education. Next slide. Why are we based in Brussels? Of course, something that we try to do is to change policy, and for this we need to be together with policymakers, and when it comes to the European level, of course, Brussels represents the heart of European institutions. Next slide. We do have also a secretariat, which is composed of 20 people, including employees and trainees. Here, next slide, you can see the structure. So we have the board, we have an office coordination, which is composed by a director, by an office manager, and by a financial officer. And then we have different departments. We have a project and partnership department, which work on everything that is EU project related topics, but also, for example, as you may have seen, Celine is opening the calls for events, and Tiago, Nelly, and Sabri a lot of time contact you for founded opportunities. So if you see their names when you receive an email, try to see what is inside, because maybe you can have the potential to implement an activities with project. Yes, next slide. Sorry, I'm speaking a lot. Then what else are we doing? So we do everything that is related to administration and the operational matters of an NGO. We have all the part that is related to finance and funding. We have all the part about IT development, so the website, our infrastructure, and then everything that is related to social media campaigns in LinkedIn, Instagram, and every profile of ESN. Next slide. We do also research and need assessment when it comes, for example, to the challenges and problems that students have. We try to do also advocacy towards the European institutions, country, toward the member states and other stakeholders. We do organize events and trainings that we are able to develop thanks to the project that we apply to, as well as we have some local activities that we disseminate towards section. Next slide. Just for you to see a bit of what we do, also in terms of more concrete action, here we have a report about the inclusiveness and accessibility of the Erasmus+. We also created a virtual assistant that actually is aimed to support students in preparing before mobility, and we also create a heat map about how inclusive the different European countries are, and this is based according to different criteria that we have developed, that we have collected, for example, throughout the ESN survey. Here you can see them, and then also something for you important to know is that during the year we always, you can go to the next slide, we always open a position for interns in event and youth work for communications that normally are European Solidarity Corp, but also we have Erasmus Plus trainership in communication and media, in policy intern, so working in everything that is related more to education, and we have also digital marketing. As well, we are recruiting for the ESN survey team, so if you like data analysis, please apply.
Okay, thank you, Simone. Okay.
It's the international president. Come on, let's give him a
Okay, thank you, Simone, and thank you all the international guests for the presentations. If you have more questions, you want to learn more, you can chat during the coffee breaks and lunch breaks, a social program. And now, this was the first part. We're gonna have the coffee break. Sorry? Oh. Wait. We didn't receive the presentation. Is there, are there any other guests that did not send a presentation? Sorry?
Sent to me, not you guys.
No, come.
If you would like to start presenting without slides.
I can do it. You have it.
What?
You have it.
No? Yeah.
If you send them now to Marco, he will put them up.
I can airdrop. Or just show the computer.
Hoping the next Italian can happen.
Oh yeah, now I see.
You got some technical problem.
Silence is
Right
golden.
back.
A moment to reflect and just absorb the beautiful energy of this gorgeous MP. Oh, what the hell? God! A private hecklers? What is this?
Throw in the bench.
I'll be good to the energizer. Come on, this is your destiny.
If there's no one.
In the meantime, you can look at the beautiful Nece mascot.
The shortcut for this shit, man.
So cute.
Ugliest thing I've seen in my life.
Richard decided that this is going to be our mascot, so we say yes.
Yeah.
I wanted the actual bunny, but you know.
So hello, first of all, sorry for this technical issue, and yeah, so we will present ESN Fit
Yeah, very fast, for sure. So I think you can just. Okay, so I will. Yes, so I'm Etienne. I'm from ESN Nantes, and you might see me because I was at the web as a staff member. So I serve you the food, and participate in different events and stuff like this. So I'm now volunteers at ESN Nantes and also be part of ESN France. And just the next slide is the presentation of my local sections. I can't. It's okay. So it's a section that was great in 2022 and work a lot of cultures, also events, and make, around 300 activities per year. That's a huge organization, but we still work on it. And yeah, you have the map. And we also have in ESN France the region organizations. See if you manage to, region organizations. So we have 5 regions. My section is part of the Grand Ouest. And by the way, this is the French network with the 33 sections. And if you pass, so Nantes is part of the Grand Ouest regions, and me in ESN France, I am the coordinator of the regions, where my mission is to make the link between the sections. And as you might see, it's like a big regions. We are 10 sections, and we are 2 coordinators, so it's a bit tricky, but we work on it and we create events. And the last slide for me, it's our last training events that we call the regional platform. And we were 9 sections and 70 participants. So yeah, that's it.
Yes, so I will be quick also. So my name is Alexander, I'm 25. I'm actually not French. I was born in Niger. Then I went to France and I studied in Lyon. I did my master degree in financial auditing and advanced accounting. So I did 2 master degrees, and I did 1 semester abroad in the US because I love Americans in the past. Now it's a little bit tricky to say it. Yes, and I'm currently working at International Humanity and Inclusion. So it's like a non-governmental organization that is spread all over the world, but the headquarters is in Lyon. So I'm working in Lyon. Next slide, please. Yes, so my career, so don't mind the stuff. So I started in 2023. I was a local volunteer at ESN Cosmo Lyon. Then 1 year after, I was board member and president. Then 1 year after, I became treasurer of ESN France, so right now, and also trainer for ESN France. And soon I will do like Educate in February, so I will join the pool of trainer of ESN International. I did some events, so Ibiza trip, EGMs, web training, national events, because I love ESN, like everybody in this room. And next slide, please. So this is the structure of ESN France. So quickly, on the top corner right, you will see like in orange is the permanent staff. So basically, they are employees of ESN France, and their role is to take care of the European projects that we have right here. So in purple, we are like the 8th member of the national board. So there's like the president, the event manager, the vice president, the training manager. I'm the treasurer. So here, there's the secretary, the network manager, and the communication manager. So all the positions are filled for this year. It was not the case last year, so we are happy for this. And in green, you have all the support structure. So they are linked to the board member. So you have regional coordinator. For example, Etienne is one of them. So we have 5 regions, and each region can have 2 regional coordinators. And actually, some regions have 2, like the region of Etienne, and some regions only have 1. But it's still good because all the regions got at least 1 regional coordinator. For my part, I'm working closely with the partnership manager. Her name is Amélie. And then you have also other like a superstructure, like education officers in the superstructure, safe team coordinator, and we have community. So each community can have 1 coordinator also. And then in blue, you have like kind of the audit commission, let's say. So you have the 2 former presidents. Because what we did is like the former presidents are like by right member of the audit commission after. And this is some of our European projects. So they are managed by the permanent team. So we have Green It Up about sustainable mobility. Sound of Mobility is like podcasts that we're making to promote international mobility. We have also other projects that we do with ESN International also. And if you know Buddy System, at the beginning it was a project made by ESN France, and then after it was like spread over the network. And yes, basically if you scan, you can listen to the podcast. And we have also many other projects, but due to time limitation, we are only presenting this one. So that's all for it. Sorry for the delay, and thank you very much.
Okay. Any other country surprises? Well, this was the presentation for the international guests. And we are a bit behind the agenda, but hopefully we will recover. But it was very nice to spend some time to get to know the international guests. You have a full weekend to interact and to change more opinions. And now we're gonna have the first coffee break, which
There's a slide for it. There's a slide for it.
if you go.
Oh.
Okay.
Elaborate.
Okay. So basically, I'm not gonna. Yes. So you're gonna have 15 minutes. So we're gonna start at 11:05.
Yeah. Be back before 11:55. So we start at 11:55 because otherwise it's you staying here longer.
1 second for LOC.
One more minute, please.
One small announcement.
Small announcement. So for the coffee break, where is it? Very good question before you stand up. It's on the first floor. Well, technically second floor. So you just go this way, you just follow the stairs, and you will see some snacks. Don't have access stages. We're on the Netherlands. There are some biscuits. There are some fruit. There's some hot water for those that like to drink hot water. There is tea and coffee as well, but keep it clean as possible. For your tea bag, reuse your tea bag. You can have 2 teas out of 1 tea bag. I'm just
Very
saying.
Dutch.
But there's tea, there's coffee. Keep it clean. 15 minutes break. Please bring your own cup or mug as well. We have some throwaway one-use cups, but try not to use them. Bring your own cups for the coffee and tea. All right.
Yeah, of course.
Anna, that picture is amazing.
God, what the hell?
I didn't put it, huh?
You
know, like-
were honest.
I mean,
Ja, ik kon van de meeting en we ontmoeten Johnny and Lucy and I agreed that
Yeah, we decided to be bad boys.
bad boys. It looks like we're doing something. You guys are so harsh. Wow.
We gotta be strict. We gotta be strict.
Wow. Somebody's got to do it. Otherwise, it's all
And also pull it out with the head if you don't like it.
No, but
Can you?
yes. Well, how is this working? If you can. I didn't have time to add an additional special slides if you don't mind. Oh, just go back one slide.
Yeah, we're just
Oh God. Lovely. Everyone, please.
okay. So the first presentation, we're gonna have the national event updates.
Yes. You can stay on the slide for a second. Okay. So we're gonna quickly go over the upcoming national events, of which there are 3 left. But first, I'm gonna let Tala, our lovely event manager, do a little brief reflection on how national events have been going so far. Take it away.
Yes, so far, as you already know, we had NP1 already, and CLR2 was the most recent national event that we had, which was hosted by ESN Nijmegen, and CLR2 went very well. For all of you that were there, yeah. And upcoming events, we have NP3 and the second national training event, which we have more information on in the next few slides. But overall, national events have been going very well. We're also working on events policy paper amendments, like Anna mentioned. More details on those later, but that's also going to streamline the process of event organization a little more. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So, our first upcoming national event after this one is going to be our second national training event. And this was formerly PCM, but we rebranded it, or rather rebranded it, because this was its original name, to National Training Event, to focus more on the fact that it's a training event and not purely a community meeting. ESN Svola have volunteered to host NTE2, which is a new acronym we'll have to get used to, with our proposed date changed to March 14th. There'll be more information about this coming out soon, but just keep that in mind. The first national training event went very nicely, and we look forward to seeing as many of you possible as at this one. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so that again.
Yes, so like I mentioned already, we are having CLR3 on April 25th. If any section here is interested in hosting CLR3, you can contact me, and you can also, if you have any questions, you can contact me for the actual application. You will get more details later. For CLR itself, the organization is pretty straightforward. It's a one-day event, so as a section, as OC of a CLR, you will be responsible for reserving a venue and organizing food for the lunch and also coffee breaks. Other than that, as OC, there's not much more to do. So I encourage a section over here to apply, and yeah, hopefully you get selected.
Okay, finally, the most exciting thing about this particular national platform is the battle of who will be OC for National Platform 3. We have 2 candidacies, woo! ESN Breda collaborating with ESN Tilburg and ESN Groningen. Voting is going to take place tomorrow. You guys already have access to both proposals. Please be sure to look them over. Both potential OCs are going to be presenting themselves later today as well. So you'll get a chance to introduce them then. So, all very exciting stuff. That is all for national event updates. I want to close quickly on the fact that if any of you are interested in getting involved in national events in the capacity of, for example, hosting a workshop or becoming a trainer, go find now our training coordinator on the national level. She's sitting right there. She's the one you want to talk to if that's something that interests you. Okay, Next slide. Any questions?
Question round is open. If you have any questions, I think for this one we don't need to use Slido, so
You can also email either myself or Tala or Nell if it's training related if you have any questions in the future. Or come find us at the breaks.
I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone opposes? Speakers list is closed. Thank you.
Okay. It's me again.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not standing up because I have sciatica. So if I stand up, I'm just going to be going ooh and ow, which is not very fun for anyone. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so for section care, we're making some pretty big improvements in our second semester. So for context, it's no secret that the VP role is kind of overloaded. So this year we introduced our lovely membership team, who will also be presenting a little bit later about what we're doing in terms of making section care better for you guys. We also have a proposed amendment that's going to rebalance the VP role to make developing section care a lot more feasible and a lot more effective. So we're going to get into that in a second, but the main thing that's going to be relevant to you guys shortly will be the section wellbeing questionnaire, which is going to come out today. This was also done last year. We made a couple of changes. Firstly, the questionnaire itself is far more comprehensive. And secondly, last year they sent it out in September, at which point no one on the board had been a board member for particularly long. So instead, this year we're sending it out halfway through the year so we can get an accurate assessment of how you guys are doing so far. The wellbeing questionnaire is what it says in the tin. It's a way to assess how you guys are doing and get actual input from you guys and from your board. It's very short, it takes about 5 minutes to fill out. We use it as part of, in collaboration with myself and the membership team, to assess how you guys are doing and provide you with personalized suggestions for well-being or development. We also pair these with the check-ins that we do anyways, so we can really understand how you guys are doing. The deadline for this is going to be January 20th. The email about it is going out today. So you're going to have 10 days. It's a 5-minute questionnaire. It shouldn't take you that long, but if you have any problems, do just send me an email. Next slide, please. Yeah, something else that we're also working on this semester is improving the format of our section visits. This is also a section care initiative that's been done for, I don't know how many years at this point, but at least the last few years. But we are switching it up a little bit. Firstly, we're including the membership team more in these section visits, which is great because it puts less of a burden on just the national board being present. We're also changing the format a little bit. So in the last years, if you were to have a section visit, it would look something like previous slide. Yeah, thank you. It would look something like an MB member coming to your event, asking you like 3 or 4 questions, maybe making some notes and then leaving, which isn't very comprehensive and isn't a very good way to get to know you guys. So we're switching formats up a bit by having a more comprehensive check-in done either before or after the event we're invited to, which means it's actually time to sit down with a local board and hear how they're doing. We have a more comprehensive standardized question list that also allows us to take minutes, which we use in conjunction with, for example, the upcoming well-being questionnaire to identify longer-term project problems. Historical issues being sometimes certain sections have the same issue chronically, but if there's no real documentation of what their problem is, there's no long-term solutions given. So the problem arises year upon year upon year, which just is simply not sustainable. So we are working on making that more effective. And now I'm jumping around the slides. Ah! Hello. Back. Anyhow, yes. We do have some remaining semester 1 visits for January, but you can also, yes, thank you. You can also already invite us to visit your section for semester 2. I'm going to send an email out as a reminder with more information on how to do that. But yeah, we look forward to visiting your lovely sections in person. And now I'm going to hand it over to the membership team. Well, 2/3 of the membership team, realistically.
We don't choose this way. Yes, hello everyone. Together with Avery and also Elisa, but she's unfortunately not here.
With us.
Yeah, with us.
Anymore.
She's not, she's abroad. But with the three of us, we're the membership team. I'm the section expansion coordinator.
I'm Avery, I'm the well-being coordinator. And
Elisa is the section development coordinator.
Yeah.
Next slide.
Next slide. Yeah, we're just here to update you guys what we've been up to, I guess. For me, with Elisa, I've been, for some of you guys, like with Zola and Vu and Lida as well, we've been doing some MBT check-ins. And they've been really, really fun. It's really nice to get to know you guys on the more than cursory level, I think. Also working on some positional materials, like for example, transition documents. And one thing about the MBT, by the way, is that this is a completely new thing this year. So it's a very like experimental kind of, it's like a very experimental team of people. And we have a lot of freedom to work on what we think will be good for membership in the future for ESNNL. So yeah, that's been going great. And also by the end of this, we'll have a nice surprise for you guys. Next slide, please. Well, I guess already. Yeah, so we're working on an ESNNL Minecraft server. Sorry, I wasn't expecting this to be like immediately, but yeah, it'll be open for like all of you guys, for local boardies and for the NB as well, the NB support. It's up to you guys if you want to make it available for your volunteers as well, but I feel like the more the better. We're still working on getting some official stuff done with the NB, for example, like funding, because it takes money to run a Minecraft server. But yeah, it'll be exciting stuff. We'll announce more about this in the coming, I'd say, month or two. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay. Elisa's not here, so we're just gonna, yeah, together. Yeah, Elisa, again, together with me, we've been doing these MBT check-ins, and she's also working on her own positional materials. She's been in contact via email with some of you guys regarding maybe some issues or points of improvement in your sections. Yeah, next slide.
Oh yeah, and also Elisa is also busy with like, she's not only here in the Netherlands actively, but also abroad. She was at Sea Battle, she was an ambassador to keep the network safe. She had a really fun time, and she went also to the Italian MP. I don't know if she met some Italians over there. Yeah, I think so, over there. And she gathered some important information, and she shared with us with the membership team, and yeah, she had an amazing time over there. Next slide. And also next to that, she sent out an email on the 7th of January this month with a new initiative with the board interviews, and yeah, she sent it out. So have a look at it, at your email, fill it out, react to Elisa. It's really important for the development of the network. And
yeah, for the MBT visits, these are mandatory once a semester. Usually it's an in-person visit. Subsequent checkups are as much as you like. Let's say like we do a visit and then you're like, hey, can we like call like once a month to talk about this specific thing after that? Feel free to, like, honestly, we love talking to you guys. For Elisa's interviews, usually they will be as a board. So for example, she'll sit you guys down as like a whole board and talk to you guys that way. For me, if I'm coming at one of your events, I am literally gonna drag you aside for like 5 to 10 minutes, each and every one of you, for like a more personalized interview. And all of these are 1000% confidential, unless you wish to disclose feedback or information to the NB or like the rest of the membership team. It will stay between us. Yeah, next slide.
Yes, as the section expansion coordinator, I work closely together with Jasper in expanding our network in the Netherlands, because the last section that joined our network was in 2022, that was ESN Zwolle, and even before that, it was in 2018, I think, if I'm correctly, ESN Breda. So, in a long time, not many sections joined ESN, and we want to expand that. We want to, ESN, the Netherlands is growing because there are a lot of cities with universities of applied science and even universities that are interested in having an ESN section. So together with Jasper, I contacted some higher educational institutions. We had some meetings, and we made the first foundations to establish some ESN sections in other cities. And next to that, I'm also looking in the requirements of setting up a section in the statutes, and also what is important to setting up a candidate section, because the last section that joined our network was in 2022. It's a really long time ago. A lot of knowledge is gone. A lot of experience in creating new sections is gone. So together with Jasper, I'm really working with that, and getting the knowledge again in the network and creating new sections. And of course, next to that, together with Avery and Elisa, have every bi-weekly, we have a meeting and talk about the membership team.
Yeah. Next slide, please. What's coming next? But did you guys see the email that we sent out on like the 7th? Great. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Schedule your MBT visits as soon as possible. It'll make my life and Elisa and Keel's life a lot easier, I think. Again, it's mandatory once a semester. Anything after that, as much as you like. If you want like a monthly check-in or like something like that, that would be awesome. Like we can do that. And also, other things that you might be seeing in the coming semester is the well-being toolkit that me and Anna are working on, the Minecraft server. I think, can we get the next slide, please? Yeah, and also, we're recruiting. We've got an open position. It's going to be the MTC, which is kind of like the chair of the membership team. You're going to be chairing meetings, drafting agendas. We've got a list of kind of like MBT goals that we want to hit throughout the year, so you're going to be overseeing that as well. And of course, you'll be our middleman between the NB, which is Jasper and Arno, as well as the rest of us. So if you're interested, just approach us like after this.
It's really fun because we also go together to the section visits and have some team bonding together. So if you're open for it, just ask me and Avery during the breaks, hey, what is it? And we can tell you more about it if you're interested. Yeah.
Next. This is how you can reach us. This is the mailing list and then the individual emails. Yeah, that's really about it.
I think that was it. Thank you all.
Ooh, well-being.
It's time for the question round. Question round is now open.
You should have the slide up. I can't reach.
Okay, classic. Ignoring Slido for the moment. Anyone has any questions, please raise your hand. Okay, yes.
Yeah, Max Utrecht.
Please state your name and section.
Yeah, sorry. Max Utrecht. Giel, you mentioned you already had some leads going for the expansion of the network.
Yeah.
Are there anything you can tell us about that?
I can tell you, together with Jasper, I'm working on to contact new higher educational institutions, but I cannot say exactly, hey, we are going to set up a section. Maybe Jasper will tell something more about it when he is speaking about it, but we're just having contact with certain higher educational institutions, and it's just the first step. So it's not really big yet, but we're making the foundation of creating the first steps of creating a section. So that's it, what I can mostly tell you about it.
That's your question.
Tom, ESN Switzerland, IT. Avery, will the Minecraft server be also open to other NOs, other or are you thinking of expanding to other gaming areas as well?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, like, originally the intent of it was that it's like, it's a passive well-being initiative for ESNNL, but I'll be super open to it. I mean, like, I have no problems with it as long as the NB or anyone else who's involved with the administration of the server is okay with it. I would love to, honestly. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Peter, ESN Maastricht. Is that can you disclose which regions or cities were considered for as a new section?
Yeah, we contacted almost every other higher educational institution that's not connected within ESN. So from cities, previously was Leeuwarden, all the way to Zeeland, to Middelburg, almost all the cities like Den Bosch, Deventer, Leeuwarden, even Emmen. We just contacted all of them and looking if they're interested in joining our network. And we got a lot of positive reactions, and now we're looking, I'm and Jasper are looking together what are the possibilities. And Jasper, I think he has something to add to it.
Jasper and B, just as a follow-up as well, we are just pursuing as many higher educational institutions as possible for now. But once we finally actually get to talking about realizing a new ESN section, we're also going to see how it would affect existing sections. So if, for example, creating a new section would negatively affect the network in a whole, we would obviously not pursue it. So don't be afraid that we're going to poach students from you, new sections, for example.
And also creating a section is a really long process. It will take, if you want to create a section, it takes mostly more than a year, 2 years even, I think. And it's a long-term project. So that's it.
I like how you mentioned like Leeuwarden twice. We really want them back. But
Any other questions?
Yes, there's one from Dragos.
Dragos?
Dragos and Tilburg, I was wondering if there can be 2 people per one role. I know you are a membership team well-being. Can there be 2 people for well-being? Okay.
So technically, no. However, a lot of the roles and responsibilities of the membership team overlap. For example, all of them are focused on elements of well-being, and there's some shared tasks. For example, attending section visits that are shared. So regardless of which position you hold in the membership team, there will be a fair amount of work in common. There's just some specializations. For example, Giel is the only one getting involved in expanding into new sections, for example. Does that answer your question?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, then I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone opposes? Perfect, speakers list is closed. Thank you, the section care updates, Anna and the MBT. And now, moving forward with the next body section meeting. And I invite Jasper and the sections.
Yeah, it's just me.
I know. That's sections.
Yeah. Okay, yes. So, as you know from last MP and from Sim, we have a buddy section program where we basically buddy you up so that you can kind of get to know each other a little bit better. This has been in place for forever, as long as I can remember. But specifically for me, last semester I haven't given it a lot of thought or time. Which is exactly why I want to do a little bit of a recap. These were the buddy sections that we had. I sent out an email somewhere in December, I believe, asking how everything was going, if there was some sort of collaboration that came out of it. I'm going to hope that it just got lost because I think one section responded. But I feel that generally speaking, there's not a lot of engagement with the buddy section program that we have. One from a lack from guiding from our side, but also just a little bit of an unclarity on what really the whole system is all about. So I would like to ask you now for a little bit of feedback on why or what to improve really, and it can be easily done if you just add some feedback here so I can also look at it later. If you don't want to type it out, you can also just say it so I can take it in and actually do something about it. Because I do think that the concept of having buddy sections where you get to meet other sections a lot more closely and can work together with them a little bit is quite valuable. So I would like to still pursue it. And if people can just give me some feedback, it would be great.
And please still type the question. Oh my god.
One of the things that I did talk to some people about, which was an important factor in deciding what section to buddy up with, was physical proximity. So I also took that into account for the next matches that we have coming up. Sadly, we can't move Groningen closer to Scotland or move Zwolle up. But if Leeuwarden comes back, hey, we got a little more leeway. Is there anything else except for literally moving cities? For example, more guidance from us, more initiatives and that kind of stuff that actually exist? Yes. Also taken care of. Thank you, Fu, or who was Metronome? I think so.
Valid complaint.
Very valid complaint. Yeah.
Is there a comment here or something? I'll type it out after time. Sure.
Yeah.
Mark, okay. Might it be an idea to make the join-ups or like section visits, buddy sections visits more appealing to the sections if you make kind of a game out of it and make it like give them challenges they have to complete, not just within like their board, but also maybe active members or students as well. That you kind of try and encourage them getting together and do certain stuff, funny challenges like I mentioned, and then at the end of the year you kind of give out an award for
the
best buddy section.
I hear that's a good one, Tessa.
Yeah, Tessa and we actually for the ESN awards there is an award for best buddy section. Yeah. It's also what Avery mentioned in the slide on the Slido.
Yes, but maybe make it more, instead of just there's a reward, here's a reward, these are the criteria, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Instead of like just going to each other's events,
practices.
Challenge them to do fun stuff or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I see best practices, yeah, examples is definitely something we could give you. NS, again, a little bit out of my influence sphere. Those maybe some fun activities to do. Yeah, so examples, but also have already enough work. That's true to an extent. I don't agree with it fully, but question, do you pair section strategic based on respective strengths and challenges? No, that could be an interesting one as well. I mostly base them off geographical location. These are not questions, so I don't really care if we do put names on them. But these are some wonderful suggestions for me to take into account. I'll probably send out a more comprehensive feedback kind of form or something later on as well. It doesn't show up. Yeah, okay. Thank you all for these little bit of feedback moments. Now, to go forward, I would like to, we're going to go next one, yeah. I would like to announce that the next buddy sections are going to be. And now we have one a triple as well. Do take it in. Take a picture maybe as well, so you don't forget. The Hague, Delft, Rotterdam, because Haarlem is happening. They're not on here, so we have one triple buddy section. Now the initial idea was to have you kind of mingle right now. However, we have lunch in not too long, and we're a little bit behind schedule, which is important today. So I'm proposing that instead of having a little bit of mingle session right now, during the lunch, get together, talk to each other a little bit about what you could be doing for each other, and then hopefully within the next 2-3 weeks, I'll be sending out a much more comprehensive way to including your feedback, to do these buddy sections. Sound good? Awesome. Then the next slide would be questions, but I don't think there's going to be questions. Probably not. And then this was meant for you to mingle, but that's going to happen during lunch. So that's it for the buddy section. Buddy sections. Yeah. Thank you.
So, everyone, these are the NACOM updates. I will try to keep this within 20 minutes, which will probably succeed. But yeah. So, for the Prague trip, we sold a total of 503 tickets in the whole network, which comes around, actually, I don't think I should say how much. But anyway, for the second trip, Prague, we noticed that at the end of the ticket sales, get sold for a heavily discounted price, but our own board members that don't get enough free tickets pay for the full price instead of the discounted price. So I've proposed to Yes Trips to, well, give us the discounted price as well and not make us pay the full price, because that didn't make any sense. And for the second trip, we are going to Copenhagen. It is at the end of April, so the 30th of April is when we depart, and we'll come back on, I think, the first Monday of May. So it's still a while, but I will send an email with the dates and when promotion will start, and et cetera, et cetera. But also, please keep in mind, I'm going to say this again, that when you reserve tickets as a board member, you are binded to go to these events. So it's not like you can just cancel it. Anyway, but yeah, moving on.
Yes, together with Richard and Sophia and Orch and also Julie, we have been working on the national activity. The first one was the beer canvas. This was a great success. More than 60 people came in the end. It was in Amstelveen, practically Amsterdam. We decided on a central location with good connections. So quite some sections came, like 4 unique sections came in. 5 came in the end. So that's really good. The students had an amazing time. It was also really something Dutch, Acanthus, typically Dutch student thingy. So that was really nice. And also special thanks to Jasper and John Lee for making the photos and being the senior. So it was a really amazing event. And the second event is also, Brief is going to tell something more about it.
So next slide, please. So speaking about our second event, we unfortunately are going to postpone the gala on the 7th of February. The reason behind it is it was incredibly hard to find a affordable location in Amsterdam or in Utrecht. So to this day, we're still looking for it, but with the timeline and it would be already next month, we're going to postpone it. And we are also looking into combining this events with the alumni event this year, because I think it's both overlapping themes, 35th year anniversary of ESN NL, and also doing an alumni event. So we thought that would be a lot better, but until further notice, we're postponing the gala until later this year. Next slide, please. And last but not least, so the next national activity, what we're working on is the Walibi national activity. It's actually also kind of a partnership that I've been working on and very passionate about for the past half year now, actually. Just for quick context, Walibi is the biggest theme park in the Netherlands, and we are planning a national excursion to Walibi and also have a structured partnership with them. For now, this is not the final date, but this is a date that Walibi has proposed to us, and I need to get this back on writing. But I would like everyone to reserve the 4th of April, that is a Saturday. It is also, unfortunately, the weekend of Easter, but since most international students won't care too much about it, hopefully, we thought it is a suitable date for our excursion to Walibi. Our partnership consists of right now having a cost price of 22 euros for a ticket price, and the €5 commission is going to sections directly. So for every ticket that you sell, you will get €5 commission. This could also become higher. I'm still finalizing the details. That's why we're not voting it on this NP. But within the price, we're also going to include a 7 to 10 euro bus retour. So departing from your train station to Walibi, this is also included in the price. So the total price for students will be around 35 to 40 euros. We're still figuring it out and making sure that we calculate this price very accordingly so that we're not left with massive loss, for an example. But here you see the pictures of me shooting the promotion video that we'll be doing when we have a contract signed. It was a lot of fun filming it and shooting it together with Giel and Tessa. So make sure to keep out an eye on this. But I would also like to ask every section with the intro weeks coming up to communicate this date that all the sections within the Netherlands are going to Walibi, so that we get the most engagement with students, because to make this partnership really happy from both sides, we would need around 30 students from each section participating to go to Walibi. Yeah, that was it.
And also maybe one thing to add, this isn't like the price is really good, because normally a ticket price for Walibi is more than around more than 40 euros.
Yeah.
So including the ticket price and the bus is for students a really good deal, and I think that's also a really good opportunity what we can accomplish as ESN.
Okay, the question round is open.
Gold. Hello. I'm just going to address the first question from Gonzalo.
I do have to read it out, yeah. Aren't you worried that because it's Easter, there will be a lot of students that will not be free because they might travel or and B, a lot of families will be going there, so it will be crowded.
So to say it, we're going to address the first point, Blaine, just first point. Having students being busy with Easter is a thing that we've thought about, but it isn't like our main concern, because if you're an exchange student from Canada, for an example, and you are in the Netherlands, you're not going to fly back to Canada for Easter. For Spain, it is, yeah, you could do it, but for countries like Germany and Belgium, yeah, that is definitely a possibility, but most students that I know from international are mostly like Spanish and French. So it's something to think about. And also, we've also told Walibi, like, hey, this is also during Easter, so don't expect like too many students from our side because of this thing. And the second part, if it's busy, that's not our concern and that's not within our control, so I'm not worried about that. But maybe it would be, but not my problem, putting it plainly. Second question. Tom?
Tom International Office, Walibi reserved for the day for us?
No, no way. No, it is just a joint collaboration, exactly. No, renting the entire park. No, that would be fun. Maybe in like 10 years. Any other questions?
Yes, questions there.
About the gala? Oh, yes?
Paula Groningen, I have a question because on the slides there was that there are some costs for bus transport. So I was wondering, how do you plan to organize that? Like multiple buses from different sections, or is there one location to meet or something?
Yeah. So I'm talking with a bus company right now to organize buses departing from every train station with an ESN section. And of course, buses from, for example, Maastricht and Groningen are much further and cost a lot more to go to Walibi. But that's why we also have a, how do you say it? Fair price calculated, as in like if it will cost like €8 per person from to like 10 euros from Groningen, and it would cost, for example, like €4 from Utrecht going there. The average price would just be around €7.50. So that's why I've also put the bus prices between 7 and 10, so that it's still like the highest end. But overall, the total ticket price is going to be 35 to 40 euros. But every bus station, every train station will have a bus departing to Walibi. Does that answer your question?
Any other questions? Yes.
Salha, event manager. My question is, will you provide promotional material for the Walibi excursion for sections to use for promotion within their own city?
Well, I'm hoping that the Instagram reel that we've made will be enough to be the promotion and just like share it, repost it within your section, but also maybe some flyers would help, just anything to get, you know, around 30 students or more to join on to Walibi.
Any other questions?
LA's in Twente. Will
the transport be included in all the tickets, or will there be one with transport and one without?
Because the partnership is still like fresh and I'm still kind of like figuring out what it's going to be, I think it's the most easiest for me right now to make to just include it in the price, and then later when we have a successful like first try of like doing it the first time, then we can sell Walibi tickets separately that students can go there on their own with another day. But right now, just for this like first pilot run, I'm going to make it just included in the price and everyone just goes.
Is there any max number of participants for the partnership and then per section?
I'd say having the bus full would be the max of a section, and I'm guessing that 80 students per bus is the max of that you can go. So technically that would be the max, but preferably the more the better. But we'll see how the ticket sales go. I'm planning to do the ticket sales as early as possible, like maybe also during the introduction weeks or after. But as soon as I have the contract signed with Walibi, then I can also do the early bird tickets right away and get a very accurate budget and cost of like how many people are joining, how many buses do we need, who's departing from which station. So it's quite early phase, but early is good for planning.
Any other questions? Yes.
Event manager. What if you cannot reach the required number of students per section, which is 30? How will that affect the potential partnership with Walibi?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about. Well, I have thought about it, but I don't want to think about that right now. I'm hoping that, for example, if we have a bus that can fit 80, but there's only 15 students, then we'll send those students to a neighboring section to fill up those spots. But for example, if we barely not hit the number that agreed with Walibi, then it is what it is. But they don't seem too worried about it, and neither do I. They're just hoping to do this one event, because funny enough, our contact person with Walibi has also heard of ESN and has worked with them, apparently. But yeah.
I have a procedural. Yeah. Can you switch the question, the slide from popular to latest?
Yeah, I trying to use the I can't arrive to.
Yes, we're working on it.
Can you go there to fix the?
Can you help me with the mouse? I need the mouse.
Tecnologia, Scusa, grazie.
Sorry. Okay, but
questions?
Yes. Another procedural? Need procedural or?
How are you? I'm interested. I would like to know how do you manage like with the insurance, because like it's like fell and break something, like how do you manage if because the hospital is responsibility of the part of you, or you make them sign a release of liability or something else. I don't know. How does it work here?
Yeah, well, they would need to sign a form when purchasing the ticket through our ticketing system. They agree to the code of conduct and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Yes, then ESN Dev, are the buses organized by you or like us or Walibi?
No, the buses are going to be organized by me, and my also hope is that we also need one person at each bus station to actually control, like, is everyone on that bus an ESNer? Do they have an ESN card? Because a very important part about this partnership with Walibi is that these prices are only exclusive to ESNers and people with ESN cards, valid ones. So before getting on that bus, people need to fill in their ESN card number before buying a ticket, and also having checked if that is like a good, valid card. But the buses will be provided by us.
Any other questions? Gonzalo, is the reaction?
No, I'm being skipped in the.
Oh. Sorry.
So my question is in Portugal. To understand the partnership better, is the €5 commission per ticket going to ESN the Netherlands and then the sections, or is it just staying in ESN the Netherlands?
It will be going directly to the sections to stimulate selling more tickets.
Max? Yeah, Max Utrecht. What happens, for example, if Utrecht only sells 10 tickets? Will those 10 students still get a private bus, or will this affect traveling?
Depending, because Utrecht is also so close, they could also take care of it themselves, and I would refund them part of well, I would only refund them part of the ticket, but not the ticket itself, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Utrecht will receive a very strongly disappointed letter from me if they only manage to sell 10 tickets. Any other questions?
Priyank, ESN Leiden. Can you tell us more about the checking for ESN cards? Because a lot of our members do not put up the pictures on the ESN cards. Will that be a problem?
I'm sorry, most of your members do not have ESN cards?
No, they don't put up a picture on the ESN card.
Oh, no, that's fine. As long as they have activated it and they fill in that ESN card ID, then it's fine. So. Oh, great. Any other questions about Walibi right now? Yeah, quick question. Yeah.
Since Amsterdam, when will you send out the details so we can start promoting it already?
So procedurally, we first need a contract signed with them, and that would go through an ENP, and then afterwards I can start the whole planning of the buses and everything. So it would take, I'm guessing it would take, at March you would receive an email from me with all of the details. Anyone else with a question?
Yeah, Christina is in Amsterdam, so for example, here in Amsterdam, we're 2 sections. Are we going to receive 2 buses? Or
Yes. Well, depending on how ticket sales go. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, because it increases ticket price by €5, I mean, I don't discuss it on the board, so it could be that I think this is a horrible idea, but is it possible for us to choose whether or not you want to take the €5 or maybe reduce it or just not have the €5 because that will make the ticket price cheaper? Because I worry some people think it's too expensive for us. Despite it being a good deal, they just get it, so they don't know money.
Yeah, I will also allow that as a section if you choose to not include your commission to get more students. Yeah, I would allow it as well.
Oh yeah, Eddie E is in Leiden, sorry.
We have like 2 more minutes. Who else has a question? No?
Okay, if there are no more questions.
Yes, Ella, did you do your question?
Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. No one opposes, speakers list is closed. Thank you for the presentation and for question round.
Yeah. They have their own slides, so this slide that I've included right now is.
So, how are they?
I'm guessing you want.
So, he said he got his presentation.
For the streaming, it's not visible. Please. Always we avoid to have it. Like I prefer to show that. I don't know what.
If we didn't bring our mask with.
So for the student mobility, it's not a presentation.
He has to send the presentation tomorrow.
Yeah, he's sending it now. I know. But he's sending the slides through.
Can you please add?
Yeah.
I like it.
better to use your own computer to do this.
Not visible. Non vede.
Computer.
Quindi io sto provando a usarlo, ma non mi funziona il mouse. Cioè, almeno io non so usare il mouse loro.
Se no ti do il mio.
Se funzionasse.
My secretary.
Guys, please be silent.
How it works, the mouse.
Does this work even? Yeah. If you do this, everyone
Usually
shuts
it
up.
does. Exactly.
It should work.
Where do you want me? Probably not here. Anywhere but there. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being in Amsterdam, my hometown. I think it was a bit of a challenge for me even to get here. So I can imagine for you it was even worse. But I'm indeed, as I said on the sheet, I'm Ivo Niepkens. I'm the co-founder of Student Mobility. Could I perhaps see by a raise of hands anyone who knows what student mobility is already? Okay, that's good. So we have a little bit of familiarity. I have a couple of slides prepared, basically, but that is very generic. I think afterwards I would like to have a quick discussion with you guys on the partnership that we have formed with ESN and how we can basically build this partnership into, I think, the great value which it can be for the students, for international students coming to the Netherlands. Student Mobility, it's a mobility platform for internationals. We started around 5 years ago, and I will tell you a little bit about the origin. Maybe that makes sense to have some backstory. We, together with an organization called the NUFIC, I know maybe by a raise of hands who knows what the NUFIC is? Very good. Yes, great. So the NUFIC is an organization, for those of you who don't know, is an organization who is basically responsible for internationalization of the Dutch educational system. And they're trying to get international students, they're trying to promote education and institutions of the Netherlands to international students. So they are trying to get you guys to come to the Netherlands, and they're trying to get rid of the obstacles which international students face. One of those obstacles we identified was mobility and access to mobility or public transport, maybe a bit more generic. As you know, the Dutch system and Dutch students receive the student travel product, basically, which gives them free travel during the week or the weekend. But unfortunately, international students are not automatically eligible for that product. They can be, but it takes a long time. You have to start finding a job, or you need to be here for 5 consecutive years, etc., etc. But by the existence of the student travel product, it also means that there are no generic student discounts in the Netherlands, like perhaps you guys know from your home countries, or students would know. In Poland, you get 50% discount on the trains. In Norway, you have similar deals. In the Netherlands, that doesn't exist. So what we did is we thought, you know what, why don't we try to group this audience, international students, and create products for them. So the intention is to have a platform, which is us basically, which allows us then to negotiate or barter deals with public transport organizations to give the international students here a better deal than the regular people, not Dutch students, but regular people in the territory get. So that's how we started. Well, there's obviously always in need of a good mission statement. So we try to basically stand for the fact that we want to enable students and youth to travel the world, see the world, do that sustainably, do that affordably, and by doing that, create intercultural awareness. I think those are the pillars on where we built this platform on. Yeah, some stats. I don't think that's really relevant for you guys, but we have 120 international students coming into the Netherlands. I think around 30 to 40,000 of them are actually exchange students, which is your core audience, I think. But we also cater to bachelor and master students. Yeah, then if we can continue, over the last couple of years, so the last 4 years that we have been operational, we've served around 20 to 25,000 students.
There's a lot of ticket revenue going over our cards, 2 million approximately, and we communicate and we distribute our cards and our other products via the universities. I think in that sense we have a quite similar setup, as we work closely with the Dutch universities and the University of Applied Sciences. They communicate pre-arrival to the new international students the existence of that we are there to help them out, and then the students will be onboarded on our platform. If you can scroll down a bit, whoever is manning the thing. Is it stuck?
Yeah, it's stuck.
Anyhow, so the platform currently consists out of two things. We have a national proposition, so to speak, which is a mobility card. It's an OV chip card with some preloaded discount products. On top of that, we offer in selective cities, we offer a bike program. So a little bit similar to Swap Feeds, but then catered more to short semester students. So they get for 25 euros, they get a bike, handbrakes, monthly cancelable. At the end of the month at the university, you could just hand in the bike again on the university premises, which is like a subscription model, but it's much more a little bit customized or catered to the needs of international semester students. But the main product is our student mobility card, so it's the OV chip card. That's also the product where we're going to have a partnership with ESN. So more on that perhaps later, or if you have some questions on it. We also have some existing partnerships with ESN. For example, in Groningen and in Amsterdam, we have been operational for already 3 years. I see my contact person in Groningen already there, and so maybe we can share a little bit of knowledge afterwards on how that is going. But that is basically our two products. For the Dutch. It's not going anywhere, right?
Yes.
Oh, there we are again. Okay. Then we have one more product which we recently launched, and this is something which we might want to bring to you guys later, but that's an e-ticketing platform. So we think, and we hear a lot of students who nowadays, they also want to travel sustainable. They have the Erasmus grant. If you travel with the Erasmus grant with train or with bus, you get a higher grant for travel. I guess you guys know this, but the booking and the ticketing is very complicated. So we have a booking platform where students can buy e-tickets. Is basically covering the entire Europe. So you can buy Eurostar, Deutsche Bahn, SNCF, NS, etc. And again, same concept. What we do is we try to gather the international students, the audience, and barter deals with the transport operators. So for international travel as well. So we work with Eurostar, all those kind of partners. If you can roll down, yeah. This is something I put in. Probably afterwards, if you have a Q&A afterwards, then those questions will come up. I'm not going to read this all out loud because I don't think that makes sense, but we will send out this presentation to you guys because these are the questions we very often get from students. For example, I have a personal OV chip card, why am I not traveling free of charge? Well, it's because of the student travel product, right? That's the question, that's the misconception that students have. Also, they think with a public transport card that they get discounts on NS, for example, already, which is a subscription from NS, as you guys know now, after a couple of times or a couple of years or months in here. Then the NS, for example, it's a great product. However, it doesn't allow you to combine with local transport. So if you travel a lot with the bus, tram, the metro, then don't do that in combination with an NS product. It's not going to work. Those kind of stuff, that's usually the questions that we get, and that's the product that we created. We basically say we want to have more than just the NS. We can also stock up with Arriva discounts or with Q-Bus discount. University Utrecht has the UOV discount, that kind of stuff. Now, the ESN partnership that we currently have, for example, and I think we will, it's basically a bit of a blueprint for what we want to do with you guys on local chapters as well, is in Groningen, we have since 3 or 4 years, we've been promoting the student mobility card for the Groningen students. ESN Groningen receives from us around, let's say in August, around 200, in January, around 100 cards. ESN Groningen communicates the cards, does that during the welcome ceremony of the Rijksuniversiteit Groningen. The students come to the ESN desk, they sign up for example, the welcome week which ESN hosts. And then they have a frame or a flyer on the desk saying, hey, you also would like a public transport card? Yes, scan, order, get the card right away. We also do it in pre-arrivals, so ESN also, if they have the possibility to communicate pre-arrival to the students that this initiative exists, they will order. We send a list to ESN saying here's 150 pre-orders, then go and collect it at the ESN, either at the office or again at the welcome ceremony. We did around, I think in the last 3 years, we did around 1,800 cards in this partnership. We did quite well. Students are very happy with it. We also now would like to go through, I know Groningen doesn't do it, but we also do e-tickets with NS. So we also would like to have an ESN partnership where, for example, I know that some chapters actually go to pick up students at Schiphol and then guide them through to their home university. Those are also stuff that we can help with. So people are not being advised that they have to order an anonymous over chip card, which is basically a useless product nowadays, but we can help them in a better way of setting everything up. What else did with Groningen, don't have it live yet, but we're also discussing whether we want to have a bike program in Groningen, where then ESN staff and ESN local chapter is basically doing the operations. We provide the bikes, we provide the subscription models, etc., which is something which I think could be very cool. Because it is a whole including mobility package for the students who are here for 5 to 6 months. You don't want to buy a bike and then have to sell the bike again. It breaks down. Everyone knows who's like basically here for a while is that we have this Dutch saying, goedkoop is duurkoop. So they buy a bike for 100 euros or for 80 euros. The thing is going to break down in a month and they're going to have charges, etc. So, which is just a hassle. So that's the offering we have with Groningen. If I forget something, then maybe you can add. No? No? All good? Okay. If you scroll down a bit, I don't want to take too much of your time, so let's go to, yeah, this is a very content-heavy sheet on the Erasmus program. So where you can see, indeed, if you have the students traveling like on a sustainable way to their Erasmus, you see that's almost double on the how to say, the money that they will get reimbursed for their travels. And we are working with universities to try to basically motivate students to not fly, but to take a train or take a bus if they at least travel within Western Europe or in a distance which is kind of reasonable to take a sustainable travel mode. All right, I think we're almost there. Who's the... Yeah, this is the international trip, so we provide a carbon offset reporting and that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you scroll down, you know, I think with basically the last thing we can do is show the overview of the. The only thing I think what is left to say on this platform is what we do. We basically you can compare this to Omeo, to Trainline, to NS International, to those kind of organizations, our booking platform. What we tend to do is to negotiate better deals, get discounts out there, have students verify themselves, verify their student status, and therefore, because of that status, allow them to travel cheaper and to travel based on their budget. And that is something that I think ESN, and we talk about with ESN Brussels as well quite often. I think this is the same values that you guys share. We have to increase students traveling around Europe, create a European identity, but let's try to help them to do that sustainable as well. And that is the platform that we are trying to create, and in the Netherlands already created. That's it from my side. If you have any questions, please shoot, and otherwise I guess we'll be in touch. Yeah? Anyone? Anyone dares? No? Groningen, maybe you can help me out a little bit on how have you guys perceived the partnership so far?
I mean, really good. I mean, we've been doing it for 3 years. I've been transitioned on that on my predecessor, that we have a really important partnership together. It works really well. We basically, before our introduction weeks, we received the ESN cards. It's the student mobility cards. And during the sign-up days of the work of the university, students either pick it up there or sign up there, then get it sent to their address. So really happy, works well.
Do you have any? Did you get any feedback or comments from students from time to time?
Well, I used it myself when I came to Groningen. So
Yeah.
It's really nice. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Oh, you're a great ambassador. I think the main thing for this is that indeed maybe there are, like, to be frank with you guys, sometimes case to case there are better options for transport for some students. Students we have in Utrecht, they're going to say, I didn't find housing, I'm going to live in Den Bosch. So they have to travel up and down to Den Bosch every day. We say, don't get our card, get an NS subscription as soon as it allows you to do that, because otherwise you're going to spend like 200 to 300 euros on the card. It doesn't make sense. You want to have something else. But especially for Erasmus students who are here just for a pretty short period of time, want to make the most out of it and are completely basically covered in their mobility needs, those we see the highest conversion. And I think that's why we have the best options with ESN, and which is it could be a very fruitful partnership. There's a commission deal, so you're going to get on every card, you're going to get some money back. There's also marketing materials which you can share together, and there's always, which we can do locally, we can elaborate on the conversations we have with, for example, in Amsterdam, GVB, or in Rotterdam with RET, who operates a tram or the metro. So we can look into it like that. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Then ESN Dev. So to my knowledge, you don't have like bikes in Delft, like that kind of service. How feasible it is to start it in Delft, and how long process would take in general?
Yeah, so bikes in general, we need to have a, and I'm going to say it on top of my head, so don't quote me on it, but we need to have like a minimum. So if we would say around 40 bikes or so, I think that's enough to start a partnership, to start something up. We need a location, and we need basically an info market where we can hand out the bikes. I think that would be okay. Then we can just schedule it together, deliver the bikes, and the whole infrastructure of managing the subscriptions and stuff, that's already set up. Yeah?
Hans, yes, in Switzerland, what's the biggest flaw of your product and that you want to solve as soon as possible? What is not working? What is something that you want to address as soon as possible?
Yeah, so this target audience is very price sensitive, which I think is fair. But sometimes that does not match sustainability needs or convenience. So if we have to set it off, for example, against the Ryanair or against EasyJet or something like that, we often, tickets are more expensive than those tickets. So you have to really be like an ideologist to go on a train. And then if the price sensitivity is too strong, the price elasticity basically, then they are not going to get it. So we always want to get better deals for the students, but it's not always doable with, for example, a Eurostar, who's not going to yield on this segment. If we have the volume, then we have much more leverage towards, for example, a Eurostar or Deutsche Bahn or ÖBB or something like that. So the biggest flaw is finding the right discounts for the students, and having also, because we are a commercial organization, we also need to have somewhere the margin. Anyone else? All right, then that's my cue. Thank you guys very much. Have a great day. Enjoy your time in Amsterdam.
Thank you for the presentation. And right now, we are actually surprisingly back on time with the agenda, which is absolutely amazing, minute by minute. So this means that next we're gonna do the group photo for the event, and then we're gonna go into the lunch break. So please listen to the OC, because we only have 10 minutes to take the photo groups and all the photos you wanna take. And then after that, right after, you have 45 minutes lunch break. So OC, where are we taking the picture?
Yes, thank you.
I
And I know. Okay, announcement, not simply meals, but just the launch and the photo. First of all, what we're gonna do is gonna take a photo. The quicker we are, the longer your break is, so I keep that in mind. We're gonna have the photo at the same location where we had our coffee break. I'm gonna take a photo from upstairs once again, so look your best, no double chin, you can't even have that, so it's gonna be fine. Bring your flag, your mascots, everything you want to represent yourself in your section. Launch is already there, but don't touch it. Let me explain. There are these.
Guys.
After the photo, when I'm finished, then you can go grab some food. Everyone gets one sandwich. The food that we have is broodje ben. We're all familiar with them as well. So it's a nice little sandwich. There are vegan and vegetarian option and also meat option. Please only grab the vegan, vegetarian ones if you are vegan or vegetarian, or you stated that upon signing up for this. If we don't have enough of those, then we have a little problem. So that is that. There is still some water. Bring your cups once again, always good. We also, for those that came in late, they don't have a name tag yet. Come to one of us, we have them right here. So before leaving this room, someone is standing there to give you your name tag. And if you didn't get a goodie bag, you'll get one as well. Yeah, I think that's it. Photo first, and then we have a break.
Okay.
Thank you, OC.
We're gonna be back. We're gonna start at 2.
1 second, and everyone, 1 second, please.
I just wanted to let you know we're gonna start at 4:02. Just please try to be here 2 minutes before so we can start exactly on time. We need to leave at 5:30 from this room.
So you know what I hate is our official board photos, girl. Chin is half of my face. I'm like. It makes you want to kill myself. You look genuinely virtual.
One finger. Okay. 4 fingers. Okay. Is this? And sure enough. And 4 sideways is that. It's 9.
Can either you or Neil send me your MP3 presentation?
I will tell you.
Out of the bunch.
Yeah, I just want to have these open just in case.
I can change your grade to fail.
It's very much wooden.
Lemons.
Mark was a second. Reload the slides. I had to import some new ones.
So we have them like ready to go. Just leave it there as this.
Before my time.
Now, after graduate.
And please, everybody back to their seats.
But the word you trainer.
Have a seat, everyone.
I got
3 years ago.
I got into
I don't think I know one. I know Alex.
Yeah.
Alex Zeke was DJ in our club. Welcome to
Gonzalo.
my direct.
It's like
I know what China is in Chinese.
sometimes work.
I don't know what's that.
I know once it's back.
Usually it's either something rude or it's not speaking sign, which is the one that
I was
In Chinese.
yeah, just fuck.
Okay, everyone, please stand up. We're gonna do energize.
With these I'm standing up. I'm not going to stop. I can guitar.
Danny, come on.
Be careful because I don't want to die. And that's we just maybe time for something.
You will have to stand by again.
It's gonna be hot. I'm gonna take off my sweater.
brother.
Technical issues. It's not good.
What the fuck's going on there? What's so scuffed?
Bill, help!
Sabina!
Yalla, yalla!
Hey!
Because I'm gonna fall out. There we go.
So close to each other, huh?
Wallet. Brother. Oh my my god.
Simone here, we could do Poito Pio.
Let's do it after the next one. Okay.
Prepare, because it's your turn next time.
Okay, ready?
Everybody, lock arms, yeah?
Official energizer.
Don't spill any liquid on your seat. Do not spill any liquid.
Don't do big.
We can start.
Every time I make a sound,
Just play. That's it. Thank
Yeah, I feel so good.
Guys performed very well for their train.
Shout out LRs. Great job. You did great.
see like
Right. Now that everybody's feeling energized, we can move on to the next topic, which is voting issues. And for that, I invite the National Board to present the amendments that are going to be voted. Wait, question, Phoebe. Are you doing the quorum check after the lunch?
Usually no. Usually yes, but it's fine. We don't have anything to move now, so.
You're going to vote for this one.
Yeah, tomorrow.
No,
Yeah, but they're presented now, and so. Yeah, then we do one now.
I need to change the agenda first. I'll check.
I think it's fine if you just do a forum check. Yeah, we'll just go.
Since these are gonna be topics that will be voted, we need to also do a quorum check after the lunch break. So we're gonna do a quick roll call.
Topics are voted tomorrow, so. Because it's topics that are eventually gonna be voted. But no, they're gonna be voted tomorrow. Yeah. And also, in case somebody proposes an agenda change, that needs to be voted today. Yeah.
Okay. So you can just say present or whatever, just answer, make a sign. ESN Amsterdam?
Christina, ESN Amsterdam.
Yes. Who said procedural?
Who's talking?
We have to call out the scrutineers, scrutinizer, whatever they call it.
For roll call.
That's true.
For roll call, no.
I was wondering. Thank you.
So no scrutineers needed now. This is just a roll call, just for the voting parts. ESN Breda? ESN Delft?
ESN Delft.
ESN Groningen? ESN Leiden? ESN Maastricht, ESN Nijmegen, ESN The Hague, ESN Twente, ESN Utrecht, ESN Amsterdam, ESN
Wageningen.
Wageningen,
Deze Wageningen.
ESN Zwolle. Perfect. We have the quorum. And now I invite the National Board to present the amendments that will be voted upon.
Cool. All right. Apologies in advance. I'm going to talk a lot, and I've also sent in a lot of documents for you to read. I hope everybody read them or read them partially, the ones that I find interesting. And I'm going to be talking about a few things. One of them, biggest one that I would like to push through, is the update to the Code of Conduct. Now, why would we update the Code of Conduct? Now, last year, NP3 in Groningen, there were some things that exposed some flaws in the COC. Together with Anushka, my predecessor, we looked at the Code of Conduct, saw how outdated some of the parts were, and saw that there was a need for improvement. Now, one of the things that was really clearly missing is very clear procedures and responsibilities around certain things, timelines, for example. And we also don't have a confidential contact person. And if you could keep the chattering to just limited, thank you. Awesome. So together with Koa, we sat down, we thought of some things we wanted to change, and we came up with the most recent version. Now, one of the changes that, if you go to the next one, some of the changes that you can find in the whole document. I'm not going to show the whole document itself. It's the whole Code of Conduct basically with over 100 edits. You should all have been able to see it, and if you have any questions, we can answer those later as well. And we can also, while answering those questions, go into more detail in the amendment itself or the Code of Conduct itself. Now, the big change that we're proposing right now is an extension to the scope of the Code of Conduct. Right now, it just involves everything that happens at ESN events. We would like to expand it to everything that happens at ESN events and everything that happens outside of it that affects whatever happens in ESN itself. So if one of you does something really outrageous outside of ESN that would affect the image of ESN or the vibe that we have here, that would also be included in the Code of Conduct. Now, sexual misconduct was not part of the Code of Conduct. It has now been added. Personal power dynamics, so for example, relationships between certain people that have a kind of like boss higher kind of dynamic have to be disclosed. There's new, the COA would be represented as the confidential contact person within the organization, so they will be able to help the people that report Code of Conduct breaches, but also the people that get reported to make sure that everybody has a fair trial. New interim measures for us if people break the Code of Conduct in such egregious ways that we have to put sanctions on them instantly instead of having to wait. Added clauses for legal obligations. So, for example, if one of you commits a murder and reports that to us as Code of Conduct breach, we would have to report it to the police now. Before, we would not have to. Added the timeline because why report an incident if there's no timeline and consequences for breaking the timeline. Expanding on the principles as well because it was very vague. So now it's much more clear what certain sanctions entail. A section on data protection because we are in 2025. GDPR is important, as this Marco and also other Marco has made very, very clear. And also a new incident report form that would follow the new procedures as well. Let's see if, yeah, no, that's everything on the Code of Conduct. Questions, please save them for later. Write them down already because we're going to be doing a lot of talking. If you forget your question, it would be a shame. Now, I've numbered these amendments, 1 to 7 that are mine, with the ones that are in the drive, so you can kind of find what correlates to which. First off, the big thing that I was working on is to deep clean the statutes and standing orders. The statutes and standing orders, the official one is in Dutch, and the standing orders are in English, had a lot of just bad grammar. The wrong words being used, the wrong acronyms being used, the wrong English being used, and most egregiously, some amendments that were passed in the last 5 years were only passed in English to our statutes, which is not correct. That's not legally binding. We don't have English statutes. We just have Dutch statutes that we translate for you. So if anyone proposes an amendment to the statutes in English, it doesn't carry any weight. So all of these things are in this amendment. This is 13 pages long of just typos and smaller kind of things. Then if we go to the next one, you can actually see some examples. We still had the national delegates in there. That is something we haven't been doing in 5, 6, 7 years. I don't know. So remove those. Very simple thing like a Z instead of an S. If you continue, next one. Z instead of an S because we use British English. Next one. Just the wrong letters used when referring to members and board members. These should be capitalized. And just the wrong numbers. For example, in this list, it went from responsibility 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's just a small mistake there. And also here, the use of the MB out of a sudden, which was never used before, has to be replaced with board. Otherwise, it's not really talking about the same thing. And just wrong articles. Article 65 did not exist. So, let's go next. Now, one of the bigger structural changes that we would like to propose is something that's inspired by the GACT, the General Assembly CT, and also the permanent CT team that we have in Germany. A little bit of an overview why we would have this. Currently we have a CT that we get every MP, which is a little bit underutilized compared to what we could be doing with them. And together with that, the VP also has a lot to do during MPs, and a little bit too much actually to also be doing what we do here in the Netherlands, like the agenda and most of the other things like the presentation, which would all be handled by a more permanent CT. Now, why have a permanent CT or a CT that is elected instead of just continuing on with the international ones? It's just a lot of fluctuation in the quality of the CT, right? You guys are doing great, but you don't know, for example, the intricacies of the statutes and standing orders. There's other traditions that we may or may not have, and having a permanent one would solve that. Now, the solution to that would be the introduction of the GMCT, the General Meeting CT. I've coined it. It's a statutory body, it's a 1-year mandate, and it's independent of the MB and would very much function as a form of a sort of translation between what we do on the national level and between you. Where they can help prepare and make these MPs a lot more smoother when it comes to the content. Now, this amendment, as you can see, is 23 pages long, and I hope you have read them as well and have some questions for them. Next one. Cool. This is a very boring one. We moved our headquarters from Utrecht to Rotterdam. It should reflect in our statutes and orders. That's it. Fourth one is the board recruitment candidate board rejection. We have a very unique way of recruiting a new board for the national level, which means that the old board interviews candidates, then proposes a candidate board, and everybody that doesn't make the candidate board can run against the candidate board. However, right now there's no obligation of the current MB to inform these candidates that have not been selected for the candidate board, to at least tell them that they didn't make it, or explain to them how to run against the candidate board. To make sure that the process becomes a little bit more democratic and also more considerate towards these people, we've added the clause that the MB has to at least tell and explain how these candidates that didn't make it to the candidate board can run for the positions still, to make sure that's more fair. Cool. A big one. You want to start off?
Yeah. So for this one, for all of these, I definitely recommend you look at the amendment document.
Oh, yeah, Joel, you skipped. Name and section. Sorry, Tessa and B, I think you skipped one because it went from 3 to 5.
Oh, yes. Apologies.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. This is also a very small one. In the statutes, there's just inconsistencies when it comes to candidate sections naming. On one page, they say you can use your old name. On the other page, it says you can't use it. This fixes that inconsistency so that other candidate sections that would like to remain with their name of their old association are able to do so. Ben, 5.
Yep. For all these amendments, I definitely, as you should look at the amendments as they're written in the documents Jasper sent. They're available in the NP2 folder. The one for the VP has a lot more background, but the long and short of it is that the amount of tasks the VP is responsible for is completely unsustainable. This has been pretty visible for quite a few years. There hasn't been a year from like the records looking back that a VP has been able to successfully maintain every single one of the things they're responsible for, which includes things like section care and national events and secretarial responsibilities and. It's completely unsustainable. So we propose an amendment to adjust that by passing on the responsibility of organizing national events, which currently falls under me, to the network manager. Because, I mean, Jasper took a very deep dive through the statutes and standing orders. At the moment, the network manager portfolio is 25% of the one that the VP currently has. It's just too much for a voluntary position. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, the VP role is unsustainable. The network manager role, when it was transitioned from the national representative to the network manager, got done. So all of the responsibilities were pulled over from NR to NM, and then some things were left out to other positions. For example, representation at the GA went to the president, and other things also got split around. That means that the NM role, the network manager, was very light. It basically condenses to having fun on the international events and organizing the international guests. That's basically all the extent of my original role if you look at just the statutes and standing orders. So that's the big change that we do there. There's also a little bit of a small like reshuffling there. For example, it said that I was doing PCM, well no, a CLR, which also made no sense. So little things like that. But the big one is the network manager VP rebalancing.
Absolutely.
Thought process underdeveloped. Nature of the NMA is organizing. National events fall under the NM much more legally.
I could add a little more to that. We touched on this a little bit earlier regarding the section on section care. The way we do section care now is decent. It's all right. We have a fair amount of check-ins and contact with the sections, but it could be a lot more, especially after DAY1, after consulting with a lot of different national organizations about how they do things. There's a lot of potential there. We could be doing even more to support you guys, but the ability of the VP to do that is currently entirely unrealistic. So this amendment would allow for there to be more active contact and more active supervision of you guys as local sections and more active support for you. This is also to benefit the network as a whole, and not just to prevent me from having an energy drink addiction, which I currently do have. I didn't have that at the start of this year. Just saying, just for context. Anything more?
No. Go on to the 6th. So. Cool. One small request from SNA and also what kind of fits the nature of SNA and COA. Right now, Moments Without the Board are conducted by SNA, Supervisory and Audit Commission, which is the nature of which is much more supervisory and auditing and not so much advisory and listening to feedback, which is much more what COA kind of sounds like and what their nature is. So we would propose to move the responsibility of that from SNA to COA. Also a small change.
Yeah, and this amendment is proposed by me, which is something I've been yapping about since, NP3 last year when I reapplied as treasurer, is to improve the financial reporting that ESN Netherlands does. So as it used to be until now, we have a budget aligned to our association year, which is 1st of July, 30th of June. The year report was also aligned with those dates. However, one downside was that the budget was being voted on in the future, which would be NP1. We wouldn't have a budget for the whole summer, basically, which in fully strict terms would mean that we will not be able to spend any money during the summer unless it's like a fully mandatory expense. That in itself didn't really make sense to have this gap. So a solution for that would be to move voting the budget to NP3, which basically would mean that the outgoing treasurer would be the one making the budget for the next year, which I think it's the most logical decision. Someone new coming to the position over the summer have to make a budget basically from scratch, and they wouldn't really know all of the insights, assuming some information lost during transition, which is inevitable. This way, that's being sorted out. So I will be the only treasurer in history that will have made 3 budgets, which I will propose at MP3. I will intentionally leave a wiggle room of a couple of €1,000 that the next treasurer or the next board can use and amend their budget at MP1 in order to add their own projects. This way, the essentials are covered in the budget and they are also shown. And also the vision of the old board is kind of reflected for the next year, but the new board can also have an impact and align their view with the budget at MP1. Additionally, the second part of this is regarding the financial year report. Calling it a report is a joke because there was no report done for the past 4 years, 5 years. The report was basically just showing the budget realization of last year, basically showing the Excel sheet and then calling it a report, and then we vote on that. And for the past 2 years, we've been actively researching and looking for grants that we can apply for. And 9 out of 10 of these grants require us to show our financials, primarily year statement, which at the moment we wouldn't be able to have because our budget is aligned with, it's not aligned with the whole year, it's aligned with the association year. And that in itself is just often rejected as a year statement. This way, we would have a year report from the 1st of January until the 31st of December, which will be the fiscal year, which is used in accounting. We already have an accounting software which can generate that automatically for us, but that also in itself requires a lot of cleaning. And pretty much I have, 5 months until MP3 to do this report. I've taken a lot of inspiration from ESN International on how they do their year reporting, and that's what I'm going to use as a starting point. I'm going to talk more about that in the financial updates part. But this is basically what the amendment is about. So the budget voting and an actual year report.
And for the last amendment, then we'll let you go with this more heavy topic. As you know, this year we made some quite internal restructuring when it comes to the supporting structures with board support and the national committees that are helping us. Their job has become a little bit more visible for you, but so did their also tasks. So in this amendment, we are trying to establish a procedure to appoint the board support, which entails you, the sections, to vote to confirm the appointment of a board support figure or a leading figure of the national committees. So in this sense now it will not only be appointing the people and you just have to basically accept that, which as you may know could bring up situations where I just appoint my friends and don't give a justification while I'm not selecting another person. This would put another step that will filter out this kind of situations. And we also want to give legitimacy to the appointment of these positions. So right now, for example, my board support is not allowed to send emails on my behalf or contact one of our covenant partners, for example, because they are no one to the network. They are not elected, they are just there. So this means that I always have to be CC'd everywhere, and this creates a lot of inefficiency and additional meetings that we need to be at where these people are competent enough to basically take on themselves. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the amendment is really simple. It's renominating right now the Title 5, which says Statutes of the National Committees. So basically the statutes are so outdated that they don't even know we have board support. We are renominating the board support and national committees as support structures of ESN the Netherlands. And then we are inserting this document, which is called the Supporting Structure Guidelines of ESN the Netherlands, which is basically the same document that we used when we open up the call during the summer for this type of positions. And this document now also regulates how appointment is done and what positions are there. So the changes to the statutes are minimal, and of course, the board support structures have the right to vote, propose, and speak, and so on. So there's just some updates about the terminology. So it's very straightforward. You can have a look to the guidelines document. It's been in the drive for a while now. We presented this as CLR as well. So hopefully your LRs inform you about this. So that was it for me.
All right, thank you for the board. And now we have 17 minutes left for question round, I think. So if you have any questions on the drill, please, even if you you say your question, please write it as well here, so it would be easier for the minutes and more accurate. So,
Yeah, let's go.
Does the idea of having a general market that is present for the whole year, if I understand correctly, then remove the idea of having international guests as you have right now, as technical main and vice chair, or what is the idea behind it?
Yes, so having this GMCT would not. Okay, so having a GMCT would not refuse international guests from applying to it. For example, Marco is currently the technical chair for ESN Germany's permanent chairing team. However, the appointment of the GMCT would be at NP3 for the next upcoming year. So if an international guest then would like to apply for it, they would have to be there, present their candidacy, and be obviously present throughout the next whole association's year. We will still have international guests, yes, but the chairing team would be stable for 3 consecutive MPs then, yeah.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
would be considered a second question, so yes.
Okay, then I'll ask the second one.
Anyone else? You can still ask it, but
I misclicked.
Doesn't that require all the 3 dates to be known in advance? For me, if I apply as an international guest to be available for all 3, and the dates are not clear yet, how can I convince them? Because we also have different schedules, different things, and what happens if I cannot make it?
Yeah, that's one of the sacrifices we have to make then. For example, if we get board support and board members at the beginning of the year, they also don't know when exactly the MPs are going to be. We always have specific time frames when they should be, so you have a rough estimation. But no, there's not going to be certainty to know when they will be. But give or take in the same 2 weeks every year. Maybe Marco, you can elaborate a little bit on how it's been for you, being a permanent international guest basically and then permanent CT for Germany, with like the dates that weren't known beforehand, or were.
Basically I was quite lucky that I go in my first technical chair when there was the election, so for me it was more easy to be known. The aspect that you have a permanent one, you have like the opportunity that you can work directly. So in my current certain team in Germany, we are already thinking on January what we have to do, and we can prepare much better the events.
I think there was a question for Sabine. I got.
Yes, next question. Again, I think you can see the order better.
Yeah, here from Cam.
Okay.
Cam, ESN Delta. So for Sabine, I see why you have the outgoing treasurer make the budget, and I understand the logic behind the timeline. But I'm wondering if you foresee a specific like guidelines or suggestions for how the new board would amend the budget if needed at NP1 if it doesn't fit the policy plan decisions that they made.
So the current process is that the old board and the new board talk together about the policy plan and the budget in the transition weekend. My amendment is not to interfere with the alignment of these documents, it's rather just to not have a gap of 3 months. Basically what I see in this situation would be, I don't have any guidelines for them, but as I said, I would like to leave some wiggle room in the budget that they can discuss on an already voted in budget and then amend at NP1, and with the amendment to the budget that can align the budget with the policy plan that they made over the summer. So basically, over the summer, instead of having to work on a full budget, they only have to work on an amendment, and that will be aligned with the policy plan. Realistically, our budget doesn't really have that much room to align with the policy plan. And of course, these two documents work hand in hand, but they are not. They are mutually exclusive in the sense that they don't necessarily need to map one to one. Our policy plan is 90% not related to the budget. So in our case, that will not be such an issue. Yes.
We were talking last year at Transition Weekend about do you want to speak if IEG or IEG application is not approved, would you want to maintain it in this kind of position that has been passed on the budget? That was kind of like an overview for tax conversations. So in cases like that, or in cases of applying for PCs for an event, for example, that's is that the kind of thing we discussed in Transition Weekend?
Yeah. I mean, there are many. Okay. Like there are opportunities to amend the budget before MP1. So let's say, we vote the budget in MP3, and then I leave zero room for the next board. And then after they get appointed, they decide, okay, we want to do IEG 2026. And then they want to put 10,000 euros more budget into that event. That amendment doesn't have to wait till MP1 in September. That can happen in an ENP over the summer. So I feel like there are lots of opportunities for the new board to add their vision to the budget. The only reason I'm proposing this is to eliminate that gap of 3 months with no budget. That's the goal. And also to kind of fix mistakes that the current treasurer understands, but a new treasurer would not really understand, even if transitioned properly.
Thank you, Sabine. Any other questions? And please try to be concise. Yes.
Yes, Talha, event manager. My question is, how will SNA and COA work together for code audit breaches? Because it's in both the portfolios of SNA and COA. So how exactly would they work together? And is this outlined in the document for code conduct?
Yes, so if SNA can maybe correct me on this, I believe the specific wording used in the statutes of standing orders is that both COA and SNA help with conflict resolution. It doesn't specifically state what kind of conflict resolution, but in the Code of Conduct, it specifically outlines that the SNA, Supervising Audit Committee, will be responsible for dealing with the breaches, and that the COA would step up as a confidential person if requested to be by the board reportee or any person part of the incident report. So it's specified in the Code of Conduct specifically.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna change a bit the order of the questions. We're gonna prioritize first the questions from the local sections, and then for the international guests, in case because we're quite tight with the schedule. So, Tom. Sorry, right.
Yeah, Tom, International Office. Change the sports structures. Do the current members of the sports structures have to be re-elected?
No, it's gonna start from next association year. So for now, everyone is good. Don't worry. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the new board support will be voted in on MP1 next year or MP3 of this year?
So that's flexible. So will depend on a new board. It can be on MP3, EMP, or MP1. Ideally, it should be the EMP during the summer because there's always a EGA happening. So we always call EMP anyway throughout the summer. So that would be the ideal moment.
Delegation for when?
Too much. Thank you. Okay, next.
Yes, event manager. So for Article 14.1.8, it's under the tasks of the network manager. It says supporting members applying to international initiatives, for example, the association, international event, etc. I want to ask for clarification on what kind of support this would be and in what form, because I think this is a new article added to this correctly.
Yes. So it was always understood that the network manager was kind of like the link between international and the local sections. making sure that they're aware. For example, as delegation leader for web and EGM, so it kind of was implied that the network manager would also be the one to inform sections, for example, about the Erasmus Destination of the Year, about IAG, about these kind of events that are happening on an international level, but it was never really specified. And I feel like it would be really useful for the local sections that have this ambition for applying for these grander things like the Erasmus Destination of the Year, that they have a specific contact person to go to and ask, hey, for example, I'm applying for the Erasmus Destination of the Year. What should I focus on? Who should I talk to? And it was sort of implied that the network manager can do it, but now it's actually written down. And support is a very broad term, so the person in the position can feel it.
Next, we're gonna leave Danielle's question for the final, for the international ones, and then Andrea, go on.
Journey has a question. On behalf of Journey, what happens if we do not find volunteers to fill up the permanent section?
Yeah, so just in the statutes there, in the amendment, there's a section as well what outlines what happens if there's vacancies. Basically, we do the same thing as what we do right now. So we fall back on doing an open call to the network and asking for someone to come in.
Okay. Then,
Yes, event manager. Mark, I wanted to ask for more clarification when you said the CT is being underutilized. So I wanted to ask what exactly you mean by that, because you mentioned like certain tasks like creating the agenda. Those are tasks that currently the VP has to do, and that's a fair point. But then instead of creating a permanent CT, you could instead redefine the tasks of the CT and add agenda creation to their portfolio instead of making a permanent CT. You raised a good point about a permanent CT would have more knowledge about the statutes and standing orders of ESN&L, but besides that, how exactly is the CT being underutilized right now?
You said it already, I said it before, I feel like the CT is underutilized in the sense that they wouldn't know the statutes very well, but also just the general state of the network. Them creating an agenda based off like maybe a month notice would be really hard for them to get the real intricacies and the important things on the agenda and what is not important out of the agenda. And this is just like the basic test of the CT. If you go to the GA, you can already see that the GA CT has a lot more tasks that can also kind of like be translated onto what we do here on the national local level, which right now would not be feasible with coming in and out of the position. So this would be, so obviously the agenda, the basic things would improve and would also give room for adding additional tasks and making sure that the liaison between local sections, national board, and the CT during these MPs becomes a lot more feasible and a lot more smooth as well.
I have a comment. Sabine Envy. And also, this underutilization problem could be solved by just holding their hand throughout that month before the MP, but then we might as well do it ourselves, which is what happens now. So with a fixed CT, which realistically is aimed to be filled by people that are already in our network and they know exactly what MP1 is about, MP2 is about, MP3 is about. So that the MP doesn't have to hold the hand of the CT and tell them, look, these are like the topics we want. Okay, but how long is this topic? How long is that topic? Why is this topic? What's even this? Like these things will require a lot of hand holding, which lead to them being underutilized because, yeah, that's just the reality that we have now. So we need someone who knows exactly what the moment of the candidate is, for example, or what MP2 is about, these kind of things.
A comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then following what was just said, suppose that for the applications for the permanent CT, there's international guests applying and there's also people from the ESN NL network applying. Would you then give priority to people from the ESN NL network to join the permanent CT over international guests, considering they would have knowledge already about how MPs work, or would you evaluate it based on their application?
It would weigh in, yeah. It would be one of the parameters we look at.
That's not a reaction, it's a question. So we're gonna finish the conversation now. If you want, you can have another one after. Thank you. And then Max.
Just wondering if SNA, like, since they'll be losing the moment without the board section,
Can you please speak up so the minute picks it on?
So I was wondering, since SNA is losing the moment without the board session, if like the word make it hard for them to support
Fair enough. Would you like to?
Yeah, SNA. Feel like that's very.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I fear that's kind of the point. I remember last NP we talked about that you guys were all quite confused on who you go to. So with this amendment, it makes it a lot more clear. If it's related to your statute, if it's related to your finances, you come to us. If it's not related to that, you go to COA. So it makes it a lot more clear who you go to. The moment without board is not disappearing, it's just not done by the state or just goes to COA. It fits more in their scope. So yes, we do lose that sort of grip, but it doesn't get lost completely because it goes to a different person.
As a quick comment, let's not forget the moment without the board is Sabine MV. The moment without the board is for us to get feedback, it's not for SNA to know. So in the end result is achieved. It's just the way to achieve is different.
Comment from Andrea Qua. SMA is also going to be in the moment without the board. They are just not in charge of it. So they are there to still ask questions if you if they have additional things they want to ask the community.
Okay, thank you. Before going on, I want to propose to close the speakers list. We still have questions from Brandon, Talha, Paula, Adi, Paula, Cam, and Danielle. So, anyone else who's writing any questions? I propose to close the speaker list. So last on the speaker list is gonna be Cam from ESN Belgium. Speaker list is closed. Thank you. Going forward, Brandon.
Brandon is at Utrecht. Yeah, whilst it might make sense to have like Article 1 to be more in order, won't it create issues regarding existing documents which might refer to a article which is then not no longer 4 but now 3 because the numbering then makes sense? Or is there like a legal way to like fix that?
I have done my best, and I hope I have cut all of those instances. There's only a few instances in all of SOS that refer to other articles, and I've tried my best to update them everywhere as well.
PBNB, even if that would be the case, of course, the statutes are a living document. We'll go through them quite often, so that would not impact their workings, and you might see other amendments correcting those. But I'm confident Jasper caught all of them.
Yeah, but I'm mostly referring to. I'm not too well with more real time.
Only if it's reaction.
Yeah, because if you still don't understand. No.
Sorry.
I'll talk with them.
The break.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, next, Talha.
Yes, Talha, event manager. Shouldn't potential removal of board support positions also be voted on by the network? What I mean by this is that in the document, it says that board support, the election of board support positions is done by the network votes on them to elect the board support. But then when it comes to removal of board support, from what I understood, it said that the NB discusses it internally, they have a vote, and then after that, they inform the network about the removal. But if you're trying to legitimize the board support positions and their election, don't you think the network should also vote on the potential removal of a board support position?
So basically, you're not electing them. As we explained, you are confirming an appointment. So this is very similar as to what ESN International and other NOs does. So we propose you a candidate and you vote on the candidate, yes or no. Because otherwise we will be in the situation where we have to vote for 20 people during a ENP or NP, so that would not be feasible. And additionally, regarding internally with the removal, it's explaining the supporting structure guidelines, but the removal indeed will be carried out by the national board in conversation with SNA and COA, and with a formal vote within. And of course, we will communicate this to the general meeting, but this is essentially because we are the people that are working with these people every day. so we can see where the shortcomings are, or whether there's any, let's say, thing that could jeopardize our reputation and our work. Same as, for example, when we have code of conduct breaches, for example, those are handled by supervisory bodies and are not then put together for a discussion with the general meeting. So it's a little bit the same line of thinking. Yeah.
Thank you. Next, Paula.
Paula ESN Groningen. Is there a max of for how many years the chairing team can stay? Because I saw only that the chairing team has a mandate of 1 year, but there is no further clarification if they can like reapply or like for how long they can stay in the chairing team.
Yes, for the GMCT there is no mandate limit, just like on the SNA and COA, but at the end of the day, every MP3 you would have to vote on it. So if these candidates are just not appropriate, they would not be passed in the vote. It could be something we can look into, adding a mandate limit. We have it for the board only as a body in the SOS. So it would be sort of like an outlier if we add that there too. But it's something we can maybe discuss in the future.
Next, Eddie.
Yeah, sorry, it's nitpicky. As I mentioned, I might be wrong.
Section.
14 point, sorry, Eddie is enlightened. I'll get that right at some point. 14.1a is the supporting members applying to international initiatives, OC for an international event, Erasmus Destination of the Year, ensuring they're well equipped and understand the full extent to what they're signing up to. Shouldn't that be of what they're signing up to?
Sign to sign up for something.
Sign up to.
Sign up for something.
Eddie's correct. You can propose an amendment to the amendment.
I don't know how to do the amendment. I don't think anymore.
It's technically wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, comment. Phoebe and me, yes, we can propose an amendment to it, but it's not gonna influence the working of it. But that's a catch, because we just made all the work to have everything correct. Thank you.
Grammarly didn't catch it.
Maybe it's outdated, I don't know.
Okay, Paula.
Paula ESN Groningen, I have a question for Sabine, because I understand the timeline and the new proposed amendment, and making the budget earlier is good to have it available for holidays, but I think it should be done with a candidate treasurer, so they can already have some kind of knowledge and to have guidelines for the next year. Is there a possibility of a event where you can incorporate that, or like a new event maybe online with the voting on a budget that would be already done with the candidate treasurer?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a very good catch. It's one of the downsides of voting the budget at MP3. It's going to be voted at the same time with the candidate treasurer. And there is no way I'm going to discuss with the possible candidates treasurers ideas for the budget if they might not be voted in. My idea for this is that during our transition, so once I know the treasurer, then we will talk together and look at the budget and then discuss how it can be amended to suit his or her opinion and the next board's view. That's my only response, I guess. I would not move and have an EMP in the summer only for voting the budget, which would solve the issue you brought up, because then we would have the candidate treasurer voted in, and then I would still be in mandate to make the budget. But honestly, if we can avoid an EMP in the summer, that's already a good thing. But yeah, that's the only answer I can give. In the transition, once I know the treasurer, we work together, and indeed, for the time being, until they officially amend it, they'll have to stick to my budget without their opinion being implemented. But I don't see that as a impediment in implementing their original ideas.
Thank you, thank you, Sabine. Okay, Daniel.
Sorry,
Yes.
Just NB. also, if you look at the MP3 dates, then that means we have that Sabine and the candidate treasurer have less than a month to make a new budget, to have it ready before an EMP, and it needs to be voted in June, because the mandate of the national board ends on the 13th of June. And as Sabine already mentioned, the budget currently is also until the 30th of June, and then we have a couple of months where there's no budget. So in this case, it would also need to be voted in before the 30th of June, and also just leave Sabine and the candidate treasurer not a lot of time to put something together.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
Daniel is in Switzerland. My question is about this confirmation of the appointments. And it might be because I don't know the timelines in general, but for us we had a huge discussion in Switzerland about appointing or electing board supports. And one of the main problems was about how flexible it would be in the year to confirm. Because we kind of appoint all the year. If we don't have people at the beginning of the year, we do it afterwards. And if we had to do an extraordinary NP or NA to confirm each time the position, that would be a mess. I don't know how you see that.
Yeah. So basically, with that, the idea is that, of course, throughout the summer we get down to have all the people. But as you said, if that doesn't happen, then that would be going into the other statutory meetings that we have. So it would be a really fast thing, and just one voting in addition. And as we've seen as a trend, the majority of applications that we get are indeed throughout the summer. So we've been doing quite well under that point of view. But said that, I think this is a good point to keep in mind for the years to come. And the supporting structure guidelines that we have, it's amendable by the board, and if in an easier way, we can just discuss that during a board meeting and then take a vote on it. And if we need a more restrictive timeline, we also are allowed to do that to accommodate the changes in the network. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and last question, Cam.
Cam is in Belgium, so part of the goal in the modifications to the contract is to clarify the scope of it, and I'm wondering if, because I don't see defined in there explicitly, whether, like for example, in point 2, persons to whom this applies, talking about individuals and groups participating in activities in the ESN Netherlands, if it's defined elsewhere, that refers to both the national level and sections, or that is covered by the statutes, or if that's that could be further clarified.
It could be further. Okay, I want to start off first by saying that I think the code of conduct that was sent in the drive is not the one that has the actual changes on it. I've sent a link in the formal chat where you can, I believe, see the correct file with all my comments. Okay, yeah, perfect. I was thinking about this as well, if we should specify exactly what activities related to ESNNL are. But I chose not to do that to make sure that the code of conduct applies to, for example, extraordinary events that would otherwise not be covered. This way it just covers activities related to ESNNL. If they are at NP, EMP, CLR, whatever, and they would also cover other activities that we do in the future that might not be covered now, and that would not require us to change the code of conduct every time to cover every specific event. But now we actually have just an idea of like everything related to ESNNL, with some examples underneath as well that say, hey, physical and online meetings, yada yada yada.
A follow-up, but does that mean ESNNL as a national organization, or is that also for sections for their own operation?
National. Sections have their own code of conduct.
Okay, thank you. This was the last question as well. Thank you for the presentation. And now, moving forward, we invite Richard for the Student Mobility Partnership.
So here I am again. Yeah.
next?
Well, as Ivo brilliantly presented student mobility right now, I'm just going to present the contract details again of student mobility. And the gist of it is, yeah. So for every ESN, every student mobility card you as a section sell, you get 250 variable commission for sections. And as the national board, we get 1,500 fixed commission annually from student mobility to promote and student mobility and make sure it goes good and do all the promotion and handle the relationship. Are there any questions?
Question round. Speakers, this is open. Add yourself into the speaker list.
Yeah. Does anybody have?
Is anyone? Yeah, sorry. Go.
Yeah. I should also actually say, by voting in on this partnership, we are also going into an exclusivity deal with student mobility. So any other possible deal with swap feeds, for an example, is no longer on the table unless we have a written agreement with student mobility. So this is also an exclusive deal. But yeah, Max.
Yeah, Max Utrecht, my question was about that. Does this exclusivity only for NB? For like
yes.
on a national level?
Yeah.
On a local level, we're still allowed, but then we have to get written approval.
Yes, you have to write to me that you say that you don't want to promote student mobility because you have a local partnership with Swapfeed, for an example.
Yeah.
So, for an example, if Zwolle, if Utrecht doesn't have Swapfeeds, student mobility bikes in Utrecht, but Swapfeeds is in Utrecht, you are allowed to approach Swapfeeds for partnership and go with them, seeing that there isn't student mobility bikes in Utrecht, for an example.
Any other questions? Is anybody writing any questions? I propose to close the speaker list.
He's writing the one before.
Yeah.
Okay, that's still good. If there are no more questions, I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone opposes? Perfect, because this is closed. Thank you, Richard. And going on with the voting issues, now we have the NP3 OC candidate presentations, starting with ESN Groningen organizing NP3.
Should we present from here? Is that whatever you want?
Wherever you want.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna. That's okay.
Absolutely no problem. Go on.
All right, straight to the point. My name is Jan Philipp. This is Joe. She's our secretary, external relations coordinator. We're presenting today our application to host NP3 in May on behalf of ESN Groningen and the OC. So next slide, please. We're going to go with our local motto, er gaat niets boven Groningen, so nothing's better than Groningen. And we're going to present to you the OC, the available packages, the registration process, the location, schedule, social program, and food. And Joe will present the OC to you.
Yes. So next slide, please. So this is an overview of our beautiful OC. So me and Jan Philipp are the heads of OC. The rest of the people are there to help us, and I'm going to elaborate on what each person does for this NP. So if you can go back. So just as a general thing, we have 4 people from our current executive board, 2 people from our former board, Amelie and Bia, maybe some people know them, and 2 of our introduction week managers, Alex and Uka. And now I'm going to elaborate on what everyone does. you. So we'll start with Alex, who is the communication manager for our upcoming introduction week. I'm responsible for him, so he works very closely with me, and he will be in charge of communication and organization as a general thing for the NP. Then we have Amelie. She was the former secretary last year, and she also organized with Bia, the former external relations coordinator, the NP3 in May last year in Groningen. So both of them are going to help us with general logistics and advice. So we also work closely with them, and we ask them, for any issues we had so far. We didn't have any of them, in case we had any. Then we have Jan-Philip over here, who together with me is the head of the OC, and his main responsibilities will be the partners, food, and accommodation, and he will present more about that. Next slide. Then that's me, the other head of the OC. I will be responsible for the communication via email, WhatsApp, all sorts of channels of communication, the survival guide, and the social program, which I'm very excited to tell you more about it in a few seconds. Then we have Leah, our president over there. So she's the main contact person for the university and will help us with the plenaries. Then we have Paula, our treasurer over there, who's in charge of the budget and the tickets and the registration. I will also tell you a few things about that. And then we have Uka, who's acquisition manager for our upcoming introduction week in February. She works closely with Jan-Philip, and she will help him with partners and food. So why we have so many people? Because we want to make sure that every task is covered and that it's going to be a wonderful NP, that everything will go as smooth as possible, and that we have expertise from different fields, communication, networking, partnerships, and so on and so forth. So we think it's quite a diverse and nice team to work with. Yeah, that was my part. Next.
Yes. So these are the three packages we'll be offering. So the first package is 125 euros. That will include 2 nights at the accommodation plus breakfast, the Friday social, our live music night, which we will show you in a second, the Saturday lunch, Saturday dinner, a Saturday social, which will be pub crawl, karaoke, and a quiet option, Sunday lunch, and including the plenaries and the coffee breaks. Package 2 would be 80 euros. The difference is only 1 night of accommodation, not the live music night. And then package 3 is 40 euros, so no accommodation, plus like the lunches and dinners, and the Saturday social program. The entire budget you can see in the document that's in the drive. That's about it.
Now the registration process. So if potentially we get the OC for NP3, the registration will open on 19th of January and will close on 19th of April. And people will be able to sign up through our ticket shop. So we have a ticket shop where we have all of our events. It's very easy and nice to use, and we added a few screenshots so you see how it's going to look like. So for example, there will be different tracks for each package. So in this case, package 1, which is 125, this is how you sign up for the event. And if you can go to the next slide. These are some screenshots on how it's going to look like. So just very basic, like registration with data that we need from you guys, like name, date of birth, nationality, phone number, email, all that. But also other details like food restriction, what ESN section you're coming from, arrival time, any comments, the role that you have at this NP, and then you submit and pay online directly. So no invoices, everything will be super easy to do, and then we have all the information that is necessary for the NP.
Now onto the locations. As an urban planning student, very proud to live in like a 5 or 15-minute city. So everything will be in the city center. You see on this map the Groningen train station down there, and the blue pin is where the hostel and the bus stop are located. So you can either walk 15 minutes to the hostel or take a 2-minute bus there. It's right in front of the hostel, the bus stop. To the plenaries, you will have to walk. There's no bus, but we think the 12 minutes will be doable. It's just in the inner city. Then the Friday social will be at EM2, that is outside of the city center, but is also connected directly with the bus line. So you can take the bus right in front of the hostel, right to the location. And then the Saturday social will be in the party quarter, which is within 400 meters of the hostel. So everything is super close, which we're really happy about. Then onto the accommodation. which is the budget hostel. Again, 12 minutes walk to the plenaries, bus to the train station. There's a 24-hour reception, which is really nice. So if you decide to come a little bit later home after the socials, you'll be able to do so. Bedsheets, towels, breakfast included. There's also luggage storage for the people who come earlier or leave a little bit later on Friday, Sunday. And we already have 100 beds reserved. In theory, if there's more sign-ups, we could do 130. So that is covered. And then on to the plenaries.
Yes, so for the plenaries, just like last year, for people who were there last year, it will take place at Harmony Building, which is in the city center, as you've seen. That's where a lot of Faculty of Arts classes take place. There will be a plenary room, but also some other smaller rooms for different workshops. And in the last picture, that's the canteen where we're gonna have the lunch, the dinner, and the coffee breaks. So pretty much most of the building will be reserved for us during the weekend because otherwise there's no activities taking place there. It's a very nice space. It's very central. Also, the weather should be nicer at the end of May, so you can always go outside. We have like a little courtyard. Very nice location. Not much to add on that.
Joel, not much to say. Similar as before. Then we would just, same as always. Then we would go on to the social program.
So for the social program, Friday is our live music night. So just a bit of insight here. Outside of our introduction weeks, live music night is our biggest event. Our last live music night in December, we had around 600 tickets that we sold. So that's quite a lot. There's over 50 musicians who are playing, who are all students, all genres. So it's a very nice event. Some people from this room have attended, and we think we got good feedback. People enjoyed it. It takes place at EM2, the venue that we told you about. It's also a very nice venue, very big, very nicely equipped in terms of like music sound. So I would say that this type of event is like, it's more than just a regular like music band night. It's big, it's professional, it's super nice to attend. As JP mentioned, it's accessible by bus, and the last bus leaves at 1:30 a.m. So if you stay till the very end of the party, let's say, you can still take the bus to the accommodation without having to pay an Uber or anything. And to be honest, words don't reflect how fun LMN is. So we added a video from LMN May 2025 for you guys to see how cool it is. If you could play it, please.
It's 1:30, 1 minute 30, if you click on it.
We can play 15 seconds of it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And I think Anna should have access to it.
Me, okay.
If not, we'll just send it to the group chat. Honestly, let's just...
Send it to the group, please.
Do you got my computer?
Okay.
No, fair.
Sure.
Watch it.
I do not have access to this file.
No, it's okay. On the group chat.
Yeah, send it to
We'll send it to the
Okay, no problem. But yeah, that would be the program for Friday for package 1. It's a very good way to kick off the NP, get some cool vibes, see a lot of musicians playing. And yeah, it's an event that we're very proud of as a section, and we would like to share that not only with our Groningen students, but with you guys as well. And then for the second night, so one thing that we do during our introduction week is the pub crawl. And we want to share that with you guys as well. The reason is that Groningen is a super typical student city. There's not much happening outside of this student life. And that means that we have really cool clubs, very diverse for all type of for different tastes. So what we plan to do with the pub crawl is that you will visit 3 pubs in Groningen, including the famous Kopas, which also some people know here and they love it. And you will have 3 drinks included. So at each pub, there will be 1 drink included. Everything is very close to the hostel in the city center, so easy to go there. But we will also have some other options such as karaoke or silent disco, or even more chill, quiet options at the hostel, such as playing card games, board games. So the Saturday program, we will try to make it accessible for everyone, no matter if you're a big party person or not, there will be something to do. But we do encourage to check out the party live because it's very, very, very nice and fun again.
Last one.
And then last but not least, the food. Friday evening is not included in the packages. However, depending on when people arrive, we don't know, there's no scheduled time, but we'll help with that. Saturday breakfast will be at the accommodation. Saturday lunch will be one of our partners' salsa shop. The Saturday dinner will be provided by our partner, New York Pizza. Sunday breakfast again at the accommodation, and Sunday lunch you already got to know now with Broodje Ben, the same company. So any dietary restrictions can and will be accommodated by our partners. So like if you have anything, that will be covered. And I think that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I think you get to ask us later. No?
Yes. There's the question at the end. Yeah.
Yes, perfect. Thank you
so much.
Thank you as well. And now moving forward with the second application, ESN Breda and ESN Tilburg, joint application.
Okay. Now you go first. Okay. Well, hello everyone.
Okay, guys.
My name is Neil. I'm the president of ESN Breda.
And I'm Dragos from ESN Tilburg.
And obviously today we're giving a presentation about us being the OC for the national platform, the third one. It's it was a very beautiful picture of the first NP in The Hague. Moving on, I guess most of you have read the proposal, and we would like to start with the most significant change is the NP3 date. We would like to propose the date to be of the NP3 to be the following week. And the reason behind it is the national holiday that is happening on Sunday, which is Wheat Sunday. And it is an annually occurring celebration. And we tried our best to organize an NP3 during that weekend. However, we're not able to book hostels because of the, again, annually recurring celebrations, and the prices for auditoriums, food, etc. were higher, and some places weren't actually working. So another reason is fairness for small sections that have less availability of hostels, foods, restaurants, and auditoriums that will be closed during that weekend. Also, moving on, ESN Brothers' 10th anniversary is going to be taking place on 22nd of May. That's actually our official date when I'm going to be turning 10 years old this year. And this is a really, really big project, really, really big celebration that I have already mentioned. I already sent out the link, a little message yesterday. But and if you can see in the background, there is Grota Kirk, Church of Breda, and it's there not because it's just beautiful, but because it's going to be taking place there. There are going to be a lot of resources allocated to that event, and moving on, we are going to have this event not only celebrating our 10th anniversary, but also celebrating internationalization in general, and celebrating Breda as a geographical hub for people to come to connect. And we'll be inviting various stakeholders for that kind of event, and this event wouldn't be the same if it was without the national board and the sections. Therefore, we tried our best to organize NP3 on the weekend of 23rd and 24th, but we didn't succeed. Therefore, we're asking to move the NP3 so you can still attend our gala and have the NP3. And the significant thing is that ESN Breda and Tilburg, we actually never hosted an NP. Tilburg is 15 years old and Breda is turning 10 years old, and we never had the chance to do that, and now we are working together to organize it, and we've been planning since November. And what it makes it so unique is the opportunity to visit both cities, Breda and Tilburg, which are located very close to each other. ESN Tilburg Bar, I agree. And a wide variety of social events which we're going to go into. Plenaries in wonderful auditoriums, which we have a couple options. Affordable price, and potentially National Board Lustrum at ESN Tilburg Bar.
Yes, you are the organizer. Yeah. So first of all, I want to start with saying that we organize SIM every single summer, so we are kind of used to preparation, but mainly for social events. That's where Neil joined in, especially Breda being a more accessible city when it comes to organizing the plenaries. Especially during the summer, right next to university, they have an amazing park where even me from Tilburg, I constantly go there because I don't really like my city, but it's me personally. First of all, the collaboration between me and Neil started like 3 months ago, and we managed to finalize almost everything that needs to be done for the entry already. Except for some parts that we need some recommendation from you guys, especially for the social part of the NP3. We can go a bit further. Yes. First of all, it's going to take, the accommodation will be hostel routes, which the ones from you that were part of SIM already know the location. For the social activities we have on Friday night, after you guys arrive, there's going to be karaoke organized by ESN Breda in their famous location, and Nedskeli or Soju Bar, which is their new partner. Afterwards, after we finish karaoke in Breda, the bar in Tilburg will be open probably until 4 a.m. later if people want to be there after 4 a.m. But we have volunteers prepared for that. My board will be separated, as in I will be responsible for overseeing from the side of ESN Tilburg. Some of my colleagues will be strictly responsible for taking care of the bar. So in case you guys want to visit it whenever or just chill, hang out with people, there's going to be people there all the time. We also have the bartenders ready for the 2 social events organized by us. And on Friday night, we just open the bar for you guys to hang out, meet each other, drink a beer, maybe leave your mark on our bar, because we are planning to make one wall for ESNers where everybody can leave their mark, either a signature or just you put your handprint on the wall to remember the ESN Tilburg bar, because in July we are finishing our contract and we are not planning to continue it.
So it's the last opportunity to visit the bar.
And it's going to be the last big event organized by us, so everybody can actually leave their handprint on a bar. We can go further for the Saturday night. So regarding the Saturday night, we have a variety of events that we organize in Tilburg. So I put a couple of them here. I have a Disney cantus. You already know what a beer cantus is. We want to do it a bit more special. We tried the different type of cantuses. We are debating between organizing a Disney cantus with only songs from Disney or an emo cantus, where it will also be a theme night. The second one will be a half cart. For those who don't know, is basically a cart pulled by a tractor, and you just drink in the car. That's all you do. You go by with the car and you drink. The third option, it's a pretty good event that we organize in November, I believe. It's a casino night. We made our own little casino inside the bar. Of course, you're not going to spend real money, but we are going to give you our ESN coins so you can buy drinks or something else from our bar. And the last option, I put it as limitless, as in case you guys have any recommendation, what type of social activities you would like to do, or if you want to organize it with us, we are very happy to take any recommendations. Since the location is ours, we can literally do whatever you can imagine in there. As long as it's realistic, we will do it. Those are the 3 proposed by me, but if we get chosen and anyone has any proposition, I will make a form for recommendation. I will let you guys write whatever you want, and we will choose the one that's most appealing for the group. We can go further. Yes, again, hostel routes will be our accommodation. It's also in the city center in Tilburg. Some of you have seen the location in SIM or last year. Yes.
The plenaries will be taking place in Breda, so you're going to be staying in the hostel in Tilburg, and plenaries can be in Breda, so you will have an opportunity to travel to both cities. I'm going to talk about it a bit later. But at the moment we have 3 different options, is Breda University, Advanced University, and also conference rooms. And we're currently in negotiations, and with all 3 of them, we're going to choose the best one, which is going to suit most of us. All of them are really close to where everything is going to be happening. Moving on. So transportation. If you can see, on the left is Tilburg, on the right is Breda. So you will have opportunities to visit and be in two cities at the same time during the same weekend. So Hosto is on the left side, there is a pin, and it's literally 4 minutes away from the train station and 6 minutes away from the ESN Tilburg bar. Trains go every 10 minutes, and it takes 13 minutes to get to Breda. When you get to Breda, we have three possible, as I mentioned, plenaries locations. So first one is obviously Breda University, on the bottom of Avans University, and the third one is the conference rooms. All of them, Breda University is 15-minute walk, Avans is, I think, 18-minute walk, and ESN Breda's venue, where we're going to be hosting the karaoke, is in the city center, and it's around 10 to 12-minute walk, which is a very beautiful city, very beautiful park. So it's very accessible, even though it's in two different cities. You'll be able, because the commuting time is really short, you'll be able to look and discover everything what these cities has to offer.
Another advantage of creating this type of ESN Tilburg Breda type of collaboration, we managed to split the responsibilities very evenly and very well. As in, they are the one mainly responsible for the plenaries. Every plenary will be organized in Breda. Will also be the one helping you regarding the food. On the other hand, we have Tilburg, which is strictly responsible for the hostel and for the social activities. It's much easier for us that we have to look only for one single role instead of thinking, oh, 20 tasks at the same time, how do we split them? Our collaboration in the past 2 months, where we did the entire proposal, actually made it very easy and very clear how we are going to organize it. Unfortunately, we didn't prepare, this is on our fault, we didn't prepare a slide with the OC, but it's mainly going to be the board of ESN Tilburg, which is formed by 5 people. I will make the presentation tomorrow for that. The board of ESN Breda. And in our case, we also have our bartenders, which are going to be part of the OC. They are going to be in the ESN bar Friday to Sunday, probably 24/7. So I will include them as part of our OC team. And yeah, that's about all. This was our first ESN Tilburg Breda proposal.
And sorry, last words. If we do not get voted in as the OC, I would like to ask the other OC, so that ESN Breda still has its gala, so you can all attend it, to move the date, if it's possible, of course, to move the date to the following week. So all of you can join our ESN Breda gala and participate. Thank you.
Okay. So, yes, now we're gonna have a very short question round. Just a moment to candidați pe Okay, so please, both of those is coming in front. But please, very short question round. And mention also to whom you address the question, so it's either union or...
Yeah, that's us.
Well, in general, not only for this one.
Yes, the correct price is 125 euros because we increased it by 3 euros.
Wait, they're still gonna say the questions. So, okay, who's Gil? Yes.
You is in an L. Also, like in the document that you sent, it's a different price. It's not much, but still, maybe to clarify what's the correct price.
Yeah, so the correct price is 125 euros. It is correct in the budget, but it's not correct in the text. So there it's still 123 euros, but 125.
Is that covering also the... Danny?
Danny yes and Daft to Groningen. If I remember correctly, this is a different accommodation than last MP3. And this new place of the capacity issue, because last year you were kind of on the edge of having a problem with it.
Well, currently we have 100 beds already reserved, and the whole hostel has 130 beds. So like in case we actually sell out, we can also go higher. And there's also smaller hostels where we could like add additional ones.
I guess Danny is in depth to Breda. For the gala, you plan to invite national organizations like NAFIC and stuff. How do you plan to contact them since like the Edu team and also VBS already?
Well, there's a procedural.
Yeah, it's procedural, sorry.
Yes, ma'am. This is a question around regarding the application for the OC for MP3. Let's leave the gala out.
Okay, just because it was in it.
Really short in it. So we haven't done that yet because initially gala was supposed to be part of our NP3 proposal. Therefore, it would be unfair if National Board would get involved of us in organization and inviting stakeholders to a gala when it was part of NP3. So therefore, we haven't gotten in contact with them, but we will be through the Edu team and National Board.
Then another question, Denise left.
Procedural. Can you please speak up and say your name and section every time you ask a question? And everybody speak a bit up for the minute to...
We don't hear it otherwise, yeah.
So Denise and left again to Breda. You said that the trains run every 10 minutes, but coming back from the bar in the night, when is the last train?
So you're going to be staying in Tilburg. The planners are going to be in Breda. The first social activity is going to be Friday, and it's going to be karaoke from I think 7 till 8, and then from 7 till 10, and then from 10 o'clock trains run till 12. So you can still discover Breda, but after that there's going to be after party in Tilburg. The trains run till 12:30, so you can stay in Breda till 12:30, and then you can go to Tilburg and have an after party and then go to sleep there.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, Tilburg. Giel, ESN. Do people still need to pay for a social program, for example, the candles or the huifkar, or is this also included in the ticket price?
So it depends what we choose. If it's the half card, we will need to increase the price probably by around 5, 7, 8 euros. For the cantus, no. That will be included in the ticket price.
It also means like limited drinks and also...
We'll get pictures, but not unlimited drinks. We'll get a certain amount of picture for the certain amount of people that we that want to participate in the cantus, but we will put a limit to it because I don't know how much you guys drink and I don't want to do 500 liters in one night.
Okay, thank you.
Denise and left about the same thing. I love the tractor drinking, but how feasible it is since it's in the evening, the social program, and it's going to be dark, so not much sightseeing.
It's okay from personal experience. It's not necessarily about the sightseeing because in Tilburg there's not that much sightseeing. It's more about imagine you're in the back of a tractor. You have a long car. You are with 60 friends just dancing. You have lights around and you're just driving to the city. More for the experience than for the actual sightseeing.
Tessa and B, so to Breda and Tilburg, you offered a wide variety of social programs. Is there also a possibility for offering a parallel program that, for instance, participants will have two choices, or would it really be one?
It's very realistic to do it in parallel, but I cannot do two big activities at the same time, such as half cart and cantus at the same time is not that easy to organize. But I can do a parallel as in a non-drinking activity with a drinking activity, and I will just separate my board or the board of Breda will come to Tilburg to help us with that. If we get chosen and I intake all the recommendation for the social program, I can for sure split it into two or do two parallel activities at the same time. We also have a lot of resources in Tilburg. On top of the bar, we have our own little ESN house, like the international board. We can do activities there as well.
Denise and left to Breda and Tilburg. You didn't mention anything about the food in the application, the presentation?
Yes, there was also.
We had, that's the thing, when we were working with Tilburg, we have our own partners and we had some, a little bit of arguments whose partners are we going to use, but mainly for now, that we have, we haven't included them because we forgot. That's the truth. However, it is going to be our partners with Korean food, Korean sandwiches. So we have Soju Bar, the new partner we have. At the same time, the breakfast. Tilburg has a partner, a cafe, right next to the hostel. It's called
Ritsen. We are developing another one. I think kebab place.
Okay.
Just a quick comment on it. How accurate is the budget then regarding food?
Oh, it is pretty accurate. It is really accurate. It is.
Who's making the comment?
Then ESN dev, sorry.
Okay, because we still have a lot of questions, I propose to close the speaker list. So the last one on the speaker list is going to be Talha. You want to oppose this to that? Then speakers list is closed. Going forward, Olivia. Loud.
Please
Loud.
speak up. Louder or closer.
You're, oh, sorry, I saw it written down. To be, okay,
Louder, please.
yeah. Anna National Board. To be very clear, this vote, you're voting in the organizing committee, not the dates. So an organizing committee can propose their own dates. You don't have to have separate vote for the dates of MP3. An organizing committee can propose them by themselves. Does that make sense? No? Yeah, it does? Perfect. Yeah, so you guys are voting in the organizing committee and not necessarily like the.
So you're voting on the composition of the OC. So I don't know. For this OC, we voted last time on John Lee, Jasper, Christina, Max. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what we voted.
Yeah.
Okay. Going forward, Talha.
Yes, Talha, event manager. I wanted to ask who exactly is in the OC for your application, because it's not detailed out in the application. So like how many members you have, who exactly is in the OC, and what the responsibilities are. You briefly mentioned it, but it wasn't detailed.
Yeah, the OCs will be the two boards of ESN Tilburg and ESN Breda. ESN Tilburg has 5 board members. It's me, Nicolas, Kuba, Georgina, and Rachel. I will do the presentation of ESN Tilburg tomorrow, where I'm going to present my board members, which are also going to be the OC. And Neil, same case.
We have 8 board members who are all going to be involved, without exception, in development and execution of the NP3.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yes.
sorry, who's head of OC for your proposition?
I am. Okay. Yeah, we work together. Co.
Okay, Talha. Yes. Right?
Yeah, I have that question at the. Yes, the one at the top. Yeah, the Talha event manager. The package prices are quite high for the application. Red and October, they're higher than the than Groningen's application. I was wondering what your biggest expenses are and how you justify having the high package prices.
At the moment, it's the plenaries, the auditorium. We have budgeted 2.8K for the whole 2 days for plenaries. That's the biggest expense at the moment. We're trying to lower the prices. Everything else seems pretty fair. That's the only factor that raises the price.
To add on to that, I would argue that our prices are on the higher end currently. We have space to negotiate the prices of the plenary, just like Neil said. We also have the opportunity to negotiate down the price of the accommodation if it's such a big bulk. For now, we have an average of 33 euros that we'll pay for the accommodation. We are discussing with the hostel routes since we work with them for, I believe, 4 to 5 years in a row already. We want to lower it to an average of maybe 28, so 5 euros less.
Okay, thank you. Ella?
Yes, Ella, ESN Twente. How realistic, a question for Tilburg and Breda, how realistic is the transportation from the hostels to the plenaries? Because I remember seeing the locations, and if you add up all the times, it'll be 30 minutes travel.
If you travel from the hostel to, it's 4 minutes, 12 minutes, and if you choose to get the NS bike, because the end of May is going to be very warm, and if you choose to discover Breda as a city after the plenaries for a little bit, it takes like 4 minutes by bike from the train station to the university campus. If you choose to walk or get a bus, the bus takes like 7 minutes to get there, and walking is 15. So around that time, 25 minutes roughly, which is pretty good time to go from one city to the other, from your accommodation in one city to planners to the other city.
Okay, thank you. Cora?
So one of the very first things in your application is that for the first time in the history, or for the first time in the history of ESN and Netherlands, 2 sections are proposed to join the walls and I just want to make sure they get no less on. It happened last year.
There you go.
Ready for
Wearing those.
you to go as well. Okay,
No, that is completely
I think it's a
valid.
typo.
It was worded wrongly. It's the first time Breda and
Breda
Tilburg.
and Tilburg, yeah, I think it was wording.
Not
yeah.
joint one.
Okay. Talha?
Yes, Talha Event Manager. This is a question to both OCs. What have you already reserved or confirmed? For example, like accommodation or plenaries venue. One of the reasons I'm asking this is because you proposed that if you're not selected, they could move the date. But if they already confirmed, for example, the accommodation or the plenaries, that means that.
In our case, accommodation was reserved for the weekend already, for the entire weekend. We informed them that we are going to give them the final answer at the end of January, but for now they reserve basically every location they have in Tilburg for us, around 120 or 130, which is going to be, everything will be in the city center, but not everything will be in one location. For the socials, we don't necessarily need to reserve anything. If we want to do the half card, we need to inform them a week prior, not more than that. The bartenders are already locked in for the entire weekend. So for the social and accommodation, everything is already reserved. For plenaries, if you want to answer.
As I mentioned before, we have 3 options. They haven't been reserved yet.
For the plenaries.
Yes.
Okay.
So for ESN Groningen, 100 beds are reserved for the accommodation. Plenaries can be reserved from February 1st on, so the university has a booking limit until the end of the first semester. However, we get to reserve rooms kind of as we wish, luckily, with the university, so that poses no issue. And then socials, the live music night on Friday is already booked and planned, and then for the Saturday socials, it's our partners, and like they're open anyway, so it will not be a private club or bar as Tilburg has, unfortunately, but that is open.
Okay. And absentee.
Yes.
Number of candidates.
Okay, yes. So thank you, I think. Now it's time for you to leave the room.
Does that include all of the OC?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And you?
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You'll have a chance to speak in like 45 seconds.
Try to go top left.
At the moment, guys. So Sabine, please get ready.
Fix 15 minute. Nici o secundă peste. Preferat 10.
Can I skip my own slides if I sit here? Yeah, if you want, you can. Turn on the audio. Right, let's be fast. We don't have much time. I will be quick through this while and still try to cover all of the important topics I wanted to include. First, I have 3 chapters for these financial updates. The first one will be the grant policy, which was actually, I emailed it to the whole network 2 hours ago. I wanted to do it before the MP, it just was not doable. However, now you have it. I don't expect you to have looked at it. That's why I'm going to give you some of the highlights. Let's try to speed up walking in the room. The grant policy, what is it? It's basically how we, the National Board, want to use the grants that you approved in the budget, those 2,000 euros. The motto or the general idea of this policy is to bring financial capacity to volunteers to develop outside the scope of ESNNL. I did not use ChatGPT to generate this sentence. I thought of it myself, and I think it has a very ESN-ish ring to it. Basically, what do we mean? That we want to achieve personal development, so the volunteer itself can develop, or the network. The network itself can grow from the person using the grant. What's the primary target of these grants? What do we want the money to be used for? That would be training events and national assemblies. Training events such as Educate, community meetings, social youth engagement, empowerment, CIE, there is an event like that. There are plenty of training events, probably once every month in the network, and we don't really promote this that much. With these grants, we want to bring them to your attention, and we want you to use the grants for that. Also, national assemblies, you can gain so much knowledge from attending other NO's national assemblies, like we have now international guests here. Even if it's that one small thing that you pay attention to randomly in the moment and you say, that's actually really interesting, and then you bring it back to your network, then we all benefit from that. And additionally, the networking itself makes ESN more beautiful, and I would not be here if I did not build a network through volunteering. So I think it's important for you to also enjoy that in ESN. And the secondary target is actually what used to be the main scope of the grants, but we flipped the script. The MPs, so basically to get your participation fee covered for the MPs, I'm lowering its priority simply because I'm very strong on the opinion that the section should cover part of the participation fee if you attend here. You don't have to attend with 15 people, but at least 1 or 2 or 3 people should be covered for every MP. And every section, I know your budgets, every section can afford that. You just need to find a way to incorporate it. And additionally, the secondary target would be covering participation fees for web and EGM. Unfortunately, there has always been too much competition for these. And let's circle back to what we want to achieve with these grants, is to bring the financial capacity to volunteers to develop. However, what we mean by that is to events that people wouldn't normally go to, or just say that you randomly see an email on the opportunities list, and then you are thinking, this looks like a fun training event. Let me see if I can go, or if I don't, it's a bad date, I have to pay 200 euros, I'm not gonna go. And it just goes into your spam email and you forget about it. And web and EGM, nobody kind of overlooks them in that sense. What I mean by that is, realistically, there will be so many people interested in attending EGM and web, and they would pay from their own pocket to attend this, that using a big part of our grants to enable people who unfortunately wouldn't be able to attend, we don't have enough money. We just don't have enough money for that. And we are not a charity, it's the reality, so that's why web and EGM are our second priority. If there wasn't so much competition for these events, then yeah, the grants would be justified. But there is just so much interest in attending these events that if someone cannot attend, the reality is there are other 5 people who would kill to get their spot. The application process, very briefly, it used to be based on the section's finance. So you have to send me like your budget and your year statement and how your section is doing. However, I don't think that's fair because it would link the applicant to the section, which by default would eliminate, let's say, 10 out of the 16 sections because they would have so much money on paper
but that doesn't necessarily go into the development of the volunteers. Now it's only based on the volunteer, it's on the motivation, why do they want to attend an event, but also after the event, what did you learn from it? So it's a two-step application process, and after both steps are done and reviewed by the board, primarily me, then the grant is awarded. So it's entirely related to the volunteer. Why do they really want to go, and actually if they deserve the money or not. More details are in the actual paper. Here I'm just giving a brief summary. And that's all about that. We'll have a quick Q&A after this, hopefully. Let's look at 2025. Again, I'm preparing the report for MP3, but I just want to give you some numbers for what I currently have. The situation is not closed in my accounting software, and I still want to backlog some transactions for last year. But for now, we're looking at total sales invoices are 83,000 euros. You can see this figure is very far from what we have in the budget, and that's something I'm trying to improve. The transparency of how we report our finances. The budget doesn't show what actually goes on in our bank account. These 80,000 euros were across about 80 sales invoices. This can be anywhere from ESN cards. Actually, most of them are ESN cards, partners, and yeah, that's actually pretty much it. All of these 80 invoices. Total purchases that ESN Netherlands made is around 70,000 euros, which spread across almost 150 purchase invoices. These are mainly reimbursements, since again, we do not organize any events on paper. So that's why it's mainly reimbursements and other money in and out that we pay on your behalf and then you pay us back. Same for the national board. As I say, the figures are not final, and I expect it actually to be close to zero once I close the situation. Why do I expect to be close to zero? Because as you can see, there's a difference of 13K of more sales than purchases, or more basically profit. However, this is very skewed because of the ESO grant. As you remember, for the August Introduction Week, you applied for grants. Actually, what was it, 13 sections? Tessa, can you correct me? 11 sections applied, so that's 16,500 euros. We got the money, but we still haven't distributed to you. So that will be a 16K purchase loss on us that is not booked yet because I haven't given you the money. We will take care of that in the next 2-3 weeks max, so you can get your money back for the August intro week. And that's also the IT costs, which, yeah, they're still not booked. I've made progress and they will be soon invoiced. And also some partners, I'm going to talk more about that regarding in the budget, but some partners have not been invoiced yet, so they're not booked in our software, in our accounting records. We had a recent audit which went smoothly. A particular highlight was that there was one missing invoice from EGM this year, which I'm going to chase around to get. It's a problem with Phoebe's account that she can no longer generate the invoice, and I'm going to have to figure it out. But besides that, everything was in the right place. There are still a few unmatched transactions, which are primarily IT costs. I will let SNA talk more about that because they also want to have their own highlight. And that I don't want to say that I will invoice SNA, but rather I will involve SNA. I don't know why the word invoice was written there, but I will involve SNA as much as possible in checking the year report, because I mean it's over 200 transactions and 100,000 euros, and just for one pair of eyes, me, to look at them and put them on paper, it's honestly overwhelming. So I will involve them as much as I can. It will be presented at MP3. It's primarily my main goal for the remaining of my mandate. Basically, I have my to-do list has 2 big items, which will be one, to do my transition document, and to finalize this year report. That's basically it, what I want to achieve in terms of big things. And this will take up most of my time, unfortunately, since I'm starting from absolute scratch. I'm opening a blank Word document and I'm writing a year report, which feels quite overwhelming. And the way I do things, I like to triple check everything, so it will take quite a bit of time. And the reality is that the position of treasurer, at least in ESN the Netherlands, is leaning more towards accounting than actual financial strategy and strategic thinking and policy for ESN Netherlands. Simply what I do day in and day out is open my accounting software, book an invoice, send an invoice, process reimbursements, and then write these kind of reports.
It's not ideal, but at the moment or for the next probably foreseeable future, ESN Netherlands cannot afford to hire an accountant. The cost would be a couple of €1,000 a year. For now, we cannot afford that. In the future, we would definitely require that, but for now, it's doable for the treasurer. Also a heads up, since one of you will have to replace me, hopefully, an interest in accounting will be very welcome and encouraged, as a matter of fact. Especially in the next few years when we are leaning towards grant application, and for grants, we really need to have our finances in order, because once we start sending out our financials to other companies, if there is a mistake there, then, well, they were screwed. So that's why it's important to have these things in order. And now let's quickly look at the budget realization for this mandate. So basically what we've been spending from July till now. I'm not going to open the document for time constraints. You have it, and it's honestly quite easy to read. So you just go through it, there's not much going on. Basically, we're on a realized profit of €50, so that's the balance now. Why do I say realized? Because I've put numbers there that are not actually into our bank account. It just, the partners were invoiced, but I didn't get the money yet. That's the case for Exchange Life and ESN, so the Elite Sports Nutrition. They were invoiced, but they have not paid. Exchange Life and Trips have not been invoiced, and they have obviously not paid yet, but I put them in the budget because they are guaranteed sources of income. There is a big question mark around Exchange Life. We're having a bit of trouble with communicating with the CEO of the company, but we should still get our money regardless. Yes, Trips is a safe bet, and the number that is in the budget is accurate. It's just a matter that Yuri is very, very slow with responding. It's just the reality. I don't think we heard from him in the past 3 weeks, but it's okay. We've had a good relationship with Yes Trips. Expenses are on track, so we're not overspending nor underspending. Income is not necessarily on track. Can you give me an idea if I am on track with time?
No.
Hurry.
Income is not on track. Lebara, we have very low expectations to get any money from Lebara. We were hoping to at least get some commission from them. However, we will probably be getting close to none. We have asked them for the performance metrics for this last semester. They are working on them, and they will send them to us within a few weeks. Based on that, you will get some variable commission. How much will go into the MB will probably be like €100, so negligible. I'm sorry, I will not finish in 2 minutes. So Yes Trips will also not reach the predicted commission, simply because Prague heavily undersold. The prediction in the budget was based on 500 or 600 tickets sold for Prague, and we had around 300. You get 5 seconds.
It's actually 500.
500 for the prediction, or for actually?
No, the actual sales.
Oh. Then we'll see. For now, we have like 2,000 out of 5,000 realized from Yes Trips. We'll see how the second semester goes. And Richard is doing amazing on getting new partnerships. However, there is no guarantee on their longevity. We don't know how the Elite Sports Nutrition distribution will go this intro week. If they don't like the partners, yeah, we get the money this year, but then it's not going to continue next year. So there is no guarantee on their longevity. And that's why we need a solution for this lack of a couple of €1,000 from the partners that were missing or is not reliable. And one solution would be to cut down around €3,000 to €4,000 from the expenses. Now I'm talking a bit looking forward, so we're looking at going forward from now on. We can cut down around €3,000 to €4,000 from expenses. Where would that money be cut from? NACOM budget, grants, new initiatives, so like the way we have the yearbook this year, participation fees for the MB to various events, or transportation to these events. But this is not really ideal. I think the way we are now and with the amounts that the MB is spending is in a sweet spot where they are not overspending on events. We're not covering for a lot of events, but we're covering for the ones that we deem important, which is one community meeting per MB member and GA. These are the most important. We also get our participation fee covered for EGM, but honestly, if things are not looking good, that will be the next one to go. So, yeah, this is one solution. However, another solution would be to gain more stable income, and the reality is that the most stable income that we can get from you is to raise the ESN card price or the membership fees. The membership fees are a joke. They are just a legal thing that we need to impose to you. So that's why I wouldn't really touch those too much. However, the ESN card price, it's a different discussion. And I have a separate slide for that. So raising the ESN card price, again, the last time it was raised was actually by Antonio, who was the treasurer long eons ago. So in September 2023, it went from 10 cents to 75 cents. At the time, it was obvious requirement to raise the ESN card price because we were getting like what? 1,000 euros from ESN cards and everything else was partners, not reliable. And looking forward, actually turned out to be a good decision because now we lost Lebara and this is actually covering up for that. So what do I have in mind? First of all is to overhaul the standing order sections regarding ESN cards. As it is now, it only states our 75 cents fee that we add for you. It doesn't say anything about the ESN international card price, which realistically doesn't change that often. So why not put it in the standing orders and have a clear price and procedure there? Additionally, I also want to clarify, the price and add constraints on our side regarding how often I can change this ESN card price. Because what I'm basically proposing to you now is to raise it in order to patch this gap that is left by Lebara. Lebara is one big partner and we are still not going to drop them as a partner. Hopefully we will rework the partnership in a year from now with an eSIM deal. We're still on physical SIMs now with them. But until then, we do need to fill in that gap. We've already have a few years on red and we need to fill in that gap. The most immediate solution would be to raise the ESN card price. I'm thinking of going from 75 cents to €1. And I don't want this to be a pattern that the treasurer just raises the ESN card price whenever they feel like there is a problem with the money, with a partner. That's why the constraints I want to add is that it can only be raised on a certain time frame by a certain margin. So let's say if the treasurer next year also suddenly wants to raise the ESN card price, they would not be able to unless you directly vote on that.
Okay, Sabine, please
so
finish your
I'm
idea.
finished, Iksan. Let's hear the questions if you have any. Thank you.
Please. Okay, question round is open.
Yes, let's speed up a bit. Talha, go.
Yes, can board support members also apply for grants to cover their, for example, participation fees? Does the grant policy allow it?
Yes. So the board support already. Can you leave the question not instantly deleted because I'm stressed now. So yeah, you can. You already have some room in the budget only for board support. However, that's only for MPs and it's honestly insignificant amount because most of that budget is already taken up by COA and SNA and trainers. And I encourage board support to also apply for these grants. And in the email that I just sent out, I actually pointed out that you can use it for the community meetings that are coming up now in February. I know lots of people are actually signed up and got spots. I would like you to apply for the grant to cover that. Educate as well. We have, 3 people going to educate? That's crazy. Usually they only give like 1 or 2 spots per NO. So it's good. You can get your participation fee covered from these grants. Whether you're board support or local board, you can apply. So it's open for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Shorter answers, please. And for now, I would stick for 2 questions per person, so more people can ask. And after that, we can come back to your 3rd question. So go for the 2nd one, Taha.
Yes. How is the money from the More Nutrition Partnership being allocated to the budget? The €2,000 fixed income that we got from partnership. How is it being used right now?
Yeah, well, in the actual budget is marked as new partnerships, which is realized as €2,000. And the way the budget works, I cannot tell you euro to euro where they go. The easiest answer will be that those €2,000 match exactly with the €2,000 that I'm giving you as grants. But I cannot tell you euro to euro how they match. That's not how a budget works. But in the budget, you find them under the line of partners, new partnerships. That's €2,000 realized. That's that.
Okay. Max, yes, in Amsterdam.
Yeah, Max is in Amsterdam. When do we lose Lebara as a partner and why? I remember we handed a lot of SIM cards out in September still, and we still have a lot laying around. So just wondering.
Yeah, we didn't lose Lebara. I think I can answer. We didn't lose Lebara in terms of partners side. We lost Lebara in terms of me getting money from Lebara. That's what I mean by losing Lebara as a partner. For now, we got €0, and I don't expect to get much from them this year. That's what I mean by lose them. We are, as I said, we still don't want to lose the partnership as a whole. We want to just hang on through this rough period until we transition to a partnership with eSIMs with them. The deal they offer to us is just unmatched by any other eSIM company. Richard has looked into options, and Lebara is still by far the best. We just need to hang on through this half a year until we switch to a deal with eSIMs. But yeah, it's not lost in contract-wise, it's just lost income-wise.
Okay, thank you, Sabine. I'm gonna propose to close the speakers list. We're gonna still ask the question. Okay, now I'm gonna propose to close the speaker list. The last question would be Shalaka from ESN Dev, and anyone opposes to closing the speakers list? Perfect. The speakers list is closed. So moving forward, Max, ESN Utrecht.
Max Utrecht. Giving out grants after the event itself happened. Like, why can you maybe put up the money up front?
I understand your view, and I thought about it. However, what I want to use the grants for is, how do I phrase it? Give me 10 seconds to think. I want to avoid the situations where I give the grant to someone and then they just go to the event and have fun. That's how it's always been, and then, well, I'm not going to give names, but I've seen 2 years ago, last year, where grants of ESNL were given to local board members to go to EGM. Then at EGM, they were just getting drunk every night and having fun and not going to the sessions. So this is something I want to avoid. Basically, with the pre-event application, you give me the motivation letter, and then I tell you, yes, I can see your motivation, then I cannot give you the money now, but I can tell you that your application is approved. You go to the event, then you tell me, okay, I learned this, I learned that, and I think I can implement this in my local level, I think we can implement this in national level. And then I review that and I prove, okay, the money is really well spent on you, then I give you the money. There will be a percentage of applicants who indeed cannot afford the money to go in the first place. However, the grants are like around 100 to 150 euros per person. So it's not really a life-changing amount. So indeed, you do need to be able to afford to go, but at least you get the compensation back. So in the long term, you do get the money back, but on the short term, yeah, you're on a loss.
Okay, Sabine, thank you.
Of course.
Got it, for sure, got it. Moving forward, Jules?
Yeah, I have a question. So the price that you sell the cars
Yeah, for context, every NO sets their own price and it's different everywhere. The way we do it here, we add 75 cents on top of this international car price. 75 cents are like the profit for us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We can talk more afterwards.
So cheap. Everyone buying from us.
So Paula, ESN Groningen?
Yes, Paula is in Groningen. I was wondering if there's an idea to put the application for the grants as a Google Forms or something similar, because that would overall make it easier to apply, to have all the requirements put in one form.
It's something that I can consider, yeah. However, the way it is now, you just have to send me an email with the motivation letter. I don't think it's so complicated. And if it's too complicated, then maybe you don't even deserve the grant to begin with. So I think I can look at the requirement, not to be rude. The Google Forms, yeah, we can do that to have it centralized for everybody. But I feel like it's already easy as it is, just an email, 2 emails.
It is. It is. Thank you, Sabine. Shalaka.
Shalaka ESN Delft. Can you elaborate about increasing the ESN card prices? You said that you want to set a limit to that, but or else you can vote in. So how like does the local board vote in if you have to make a bigger change or what?
Yeah, basically the way it is now, if I want to increase the ESN card price, I would just have to tweak one number in the standing orders, propose it as an amendment, and then we change the ESN card, the price number. What I want to add is some constraints of how often can a treasurer do that and by what amount. So for example, last year, like in Antonio's time, it was an increase of 750%, if we look at the math.
Now what I'm proposing is 25%, no, 33% of an increase to go from 75 to, how much is it? 33%, yeah, a third. So like this number of like, let's say a 50% increase over a span of 3 years. This is what I want to add. And if there is a really emergency situation where we cannot wait for the time to expire and we need to increase it by much, then that's a separate vote that's put forward for you. And then I think it's only be fair that it's like a 2/3 majority, for example, that 2/3 of the network agree on that. So that's what I meant. I want to make it a stronger vote, because as it is now, an amendment to the standing orders is voted by simple majority. Yeah, I know, right? It's like realistically, if half plus one of the network agrees on a change, it goes through. But I think this is such a big change that I want to have a stronger majority, and that's what I meant by having more of the network involved.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
You're welcome. Okay.
Yes, so I will go fast. I will start off by saying that you have access to the policy plan in updates and Althea report in the drive, and this has been thoroughly discussed with your LRs. So I'll go fast today so we can recover a little bit of time. But as we stand currently, we are at 47% complete of the entire policy plan, which is great. A lot of the points are gonna achieve 100% after this NP, and that would put us around 52–55% of the policy plan completed, considering that just we have more than half a year to go still. So I'm very, very proud of the work that the board has been putting in, and of course we'll be keeping working on the policy plan until the end of the mandate. Next. So the highlights is that since NP1 we have completed fully 7 APs with around 5 more coming straight after presentations, such as the grant policy that Sabine did today, so basically on Monday. And then we made a lot of progress on others, so we have a lot of points on 70–80%. Yeah. And one note before we go into the pillar is that unless we get invited to more section visits, we are not able to complete the AP. We have not received invites by everyone, and we do need, per the policy plan, to visit 75% of the sections at least once during the year, and possibly for each semester. So please, if you didn't reach out to Anna yet to invite us, do so. We want to come and see how we are doing, and that's really important also from the point of view of section care. Next point. Okay, for the pillar of advocacy, we are 48.9% complete. We have some projects that are going to start off in the second semester. For example, the Alumni Success Stories campaign that Mara and I are going to work on. We are also looking into working with NAFIC on it, so we get a little bit of a higher profile exposure for that. I think the most important part is the updates with the national agency. We're having a meeting at the end of the month to discuss finally this possible contract, memorandum of agreement, however they want to call it. So we hope that this year we'll be able with the other team to do the basically impossible that has been tried by my predecessors for years by this point. Next, regarding for the internal operation of ESN now, we are also almost halfway through. We have 7 out of 17 action points completed and a lot of progress towards other ones. And for example, board support restructuring that we also proposed today is part of that. Yes, next. And finance and partnership, we achieved 37% for the action points in this pillar. This is also because some of the projects and the partnerships were being negotiated just before Christmas and stalled during the Christmas holiday. Of course, people were rightly so having a little time with their family and so on, but also the offices of our partners and the people we relate to were closed for half a month. And part of these APs are going to be completed soon after this first week of January 2026. Next. And then we have communication and identity. Communication and identity is a new pillar that we introduced into the policy plan this year. The completion rate is around 25.8%, but this is not because we are not making progress. It's because some of the tasks that we need to do as part of this pillar are tasks that are needed to be done every month. So you can think about the newsletter and the highlights of the month series that Mara is running on the Instagram. So those points, of course, we cannot mark until 100%, that will come until the end of the year. Yes. Questions?
Question round open. Have any questions for Phoebe regarding this topic? Which reminder is not a voting topic. So if you have questions, you can also ask them in the break. Social program.
You know I love talking about the policy plan.
On the phone. Call her later. Send an email.
I will pick up.
Oh my god.
Any questions for now?
Tala is, yeah.
Okay. One question from Taha.
Yes, this is a question for the finance and partnership section. So there was a clause that said what's written up right now, establish a system for local sections, quarterly consultations. I was wondering what the updates are on that because it's not mentioned in the report. So like, is it being worked on and what are quarterly consultations like?
I think Richard can pick it. Yeah.
I'll actually give updates on that, like partnerships update. Unless this is now.
You can give it late at the
Give it-
partnership updates tomorrow because we're a bit tight on time.
Okay, any other questions? I propose to close. Yes.
Previously, Sabine just said that the output of the finances is not
Name and section, please.
Priyank is in Leiden. So Sabine just said that the section of the finance is not what initially they had planned. Do you think any agenda points could be a big red flag?
So right now, no, because actually we were already considering the situation of Lebara at the beginning of the year. So that's why we put in the policy plan the AP about Richard working on increasing our partnerships of around the variable income of 2,000 euros. And with the more nutrition partnership that you voted in at NP1, we achieved that. So actually for what we could have done, it's been followed up. The fact that we've been at a loss in the past couple of years was something that we were expecting. And for this year, we are trying to tamponade, let's say, the situation. So it will really be up to the people next year as well to keep.
Any other questions? I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone opposes? Speakers list is closed. Thank you, Phoebe. And now
Still me. I will kindly ask international guests in the city to leave the room because we're giving the updates of GA Wrocław.
But before that,
oh yes,
because after
1 second.
it's gonna be coffee
it's gonna be
break.
the coffee break. So let's make the announcements now for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have 10 minutes.
Yes, you
You
have
have 10
10
minutes. Try to keep it 10 minutes because every other minute is gonna be from the coffee break for the people that are staying.
Yes.
And from the coffee break, we'll be back.
Wait. We have 30
So we'll be back from the coffee.
Guys,
We'll be back from the coffee break at 2:48. 4:48. So
After the updates.
Yeah.
So now just international guests are leaving the room.
Move the audio.
you stop the yeah. manufacturer of
Phoebe, how are you holding up, girl? Last board meeting. Move on.
Everyone, can you please take your seat quite quickly because we need to start now.
It helps out with good stuff.
Hello? Can everyone has a I'll be together.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Anyone want to take me? I'm always, I'm this ready.
Was I in Bulgaria?
I genuinely cannot remember. You know, he said it in
Please, everybody, take your seat. We have 30 minutes to leave the room. So we're gonna finish super, super fast.
No, that's
But you speak. Triceratops is not working.
We're like third or fourth, still in the picture. I think I was here before.
sections have 3 minutes each.
Everyone, please. We are running late, so I think everyone wants to go home at this point, so please don't disperse.
Okay, so guys, in half an hour we're gonna be out of here. So for that section presentation is gonna be 3 minutes per section. We'll start with ESN Amsterdam, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
All right. Hi, guys. You can just go to the next one. So basically, thank you all. We've met most of you, obviously, at NP1, but also special guests. Nice to meet you all. This is our lovely board, minus Maj. He was sick and couldn't be here, unfortunately. Next one. So basically, about our network, we have 8 people in the board, 8 board support people who we cannot live without. 5 people in the advisory board, including our man Jasper. Is he here over there? Yeah, Jasper and John Lee. About 32 committee members who make everything we stand for and want to achieve work, as well as the 30 volunteers. This is our mascot, Fifi the bear, named after one of our volunteers. Don't steal her, I'll kill you. Next one. Some of the challenges that we faced in the first semester were the team changes we had. So we had 2 people leave in the beginning of the mandate. Well, actually quite a little before and when we started, but we managed to find some good replacements, so that's great. We also had some issues with our supervisory board, basically the people who oversee us. I won't go into details, but still ongoing. And some financial challenges that we're trying to overcome, basically trying to make sure that this year ESN Amsterdam will have a better financial year and to make sure that it's going to be healthy looking forward. So some of the highlights, for sure, the summer introduction that we did for the University of Applied Sciences and the University of Amsterdam. It was basically 3 days, and we, well, especially Anastasia and Jasper as well. He was still part of the board then. Did an amazing job. And how many students did we accommodate? 1,200. So that was pretty cool. Next one. Some of the upcoming activities that some of the activities that we are very proud of. Yeah, all good. We're speed dating Oktoberfest, the city tour together with Leida. Shout out to you guys. The Halloween pub quiz, the language bar, especially in the Light Festival. Next one. Another highlight was our Kobo. Thanks to everyone who could be there. Amazing time. We'd love to do it again, Also excited about tonight. Next one. If you're ever around, come visit us at our office. We'll be at campus tomorrow, and you were there also yesterday for the social program, and some of you have actually seen it as well, so it's cool. Next one. If you haven't yet, follow us on the socials, be up to date with what we're doing and everything, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Next, I'm gonna invite ESN Breda. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
3 minutes starting now.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. We're ESN Breda. My name is Neil. I'm the president.
Oh, I'm Virginia. I'm the events manager.
I'm Artie. I'm the integration manager.
And I'm VP. My name is Jana. I'm the director.
Yeah.
And here we present our volunteer family. Currently, we have 40 plus volunteers and 8 board members, 3 of which are not currently today with us.
Yeah. Our highlights of semester 1. Next slide, please. We had 9 ESN Tuesdays and 15 ESN Thursdays. We had 3 sold-out ESN parties of 600 attendees per event.
Can you go back, please?
We had our annual Christmas market trip. This year it was to the caves in Valkenburg. We had 2 buddy program events, a completely made up murder mystery event that we put a lot of effort into, and our IKO season was a huge hit. Managed to secure more than 60 free bubble teas for our attendees to the tour, so.
We have some pictures, some highlights from the year.
Yeah, from the parties, ESN Tuesdays, ESN Thursdays, that you can see the intro into Dutch, murder mystery, and a lot more. Also, currently, some of the big projects we're working on is the accommodation support. We are working with a real estate agency. We're helping our students through us to get accommodation. Also, our partnerships team is working on a database to collect the companies who are hiring international students, non-EU and EU students, and also ESN as a learning company. We are going to be hiring an intern in February, which is a really, really big thing. And moving on, the intern's main project is going to be working on our big project this year, is our ESN Gala, and helping us with our structures and overall our operations. And obviously this year, for the first time, we're running for the NP3 OC.
What is co-op? So we all know what co-op is. With ESN Breda, we're working this year on improving our structures so that we're all hardworking students. So we want to make it, because we want to make it easier for all of our board members and all of our volunteers. So we want to create a better structure. Okay, you were the previous, this, you're gonna help maybe. You're gonna help build a structure, and so that it's not overwhelming for the new board members that come in.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Move forward.
I will start in the meantime. So we are ESN Left. In case you don't know us, I'm Danny, the president, Justus, the culture coordinator, PR coordinator, Shalaka, the treasurer, Yap is the vice president, and Yorgos couldn't make it, but he's our activities coordinator. Next, yes. So just some highlights from the semester. We had a lot of social events like social drinks or pub quiz, speed friending. Next slide. Wine tasting or cocktail workshop. Next slide. But we also had some cultural events like pumpkin carving or Dutch brunch. Next slide. And we also had some more experimental, bigger events like a Christmas market that Phoebe attended in December, and also the Daft Kennel Battle, which was like a big strategic game all around Daft to conquer bridges and everything, and people loved it, so it was great. Next slide. And some honorary mentions. We also had a Master Chef event, which was also great. I don't know how much you can actually see on the pictures, but people were actually very good chefs. And we also did the pub crawl with ESN Leiden as our body section, so that was a big plus. Next one. What are we working on now? We have a committee for the first time ever in depth, which is also great. We are preparing for the February introduction weeks and our faculty presentations. During that, we finished our partnership brochure and started contacting potential partners, which is also a first in depth. We are applying for the National Erasmus Games in March. We are very excited about it. Let's hope that's a nicer application. And we are also working on an application for a project with ESN Göteborg. It's one of our European University Alliance grant, and it's about a project. It's called High Proficiency Hidden Barriers, which is basically that some people think that because the Netherlands and Sweden, everyone speaks English, it's not a language barrier, but sometimes that's not true, and basically it's a project focused on that. Next slide. And yeah, future plans, exploring collaboration possibilities with other associations, of course, starting our recruitment process for next year. That's also important. We want to rewrite and expand on our statutes and standing orders since they have never been touched since we were founded 11 years ago. And expand working together with our international relation offices, also trying to work more with the students who are actually leaving the country and not just the ones who are coming in, and setting up working relations with the rest of the higher education institutes and vet schools, because like we are basically only with TU Delft and that's it, and there are like 6 in Delft, so kind of a shame. That's it, thank you. Was I quick?
Yes.
Yeah, you were great.
Perfect. Thank you, Sandra. ESN.
I like this picture a lot. It's very fancy.
Next time we sit next to the slide.
Constitutional order.
Ready?
Order of speaking. Oh no, judges speaking.
Doesn't matter. Start, please.
Hello guys, we are ESN Groningen. To my right I have the president, Leah, Jan-Philip, external relations coordinator, Joe is our secretary, Paula is our treasurer, Roisin is our PR, she sadly couldn't be here for preparations for introduction week, and I am Felipe and I am the integration coordinator. As a summary, we'll start with events, local changemakers training in Braga that we assisted, live music night, Erasmus Destination of the Year application, and the preparations for our February introduction week. Starting with events, we've been lucky enough since we were candidate board to host over 65 activities throughout this semester. Some that we would love to highlight, and that some will also highlight later, the live music night, but I will start with the Active Members Weekend one, and also Active Members Weekend 2 is already in preparations. We had a sustainability activity with Atmos, which is the Sustainability and Environmental Awareness Association in Groningen, where we did some tree harvesting, a lot of international dinners with ethnic associations, Latin American, Polish, amongst others, as well as Erasmus in schools, where we got to present our countries in school in Groningen to ages around 8 to 13. And then a lot of Christmas events, pub quizzes, international dinners, as I mentioned before, and parties as well. Yes, so Joe, Leah, and I also participated in the local changemakers training in Braga at the end of October, which was about active citizenship, also Matteo over there. Yeah, it was basically about democracy and active citizenship, citizen participation, and we learned skills of how to implement that and how we're going to improve that also in Groningen, make voices heard that usually are not heard before. So, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, next, thank you.
Yeah, as Joe and Jan-Philip already mentioned during our application, we had our live music night, which was this year a big success. We had 600 participants, and it's a big music festival that we organize twice a year, basically.
Yes, we applied for Erasmus Destination of the Year in November. We are very excited to hear about the outcome soon. And yeah, Groningen is a great city to be an exchange student, and we hope this will be reflected in the outcome of our application.
And we are in the midst of preparations for our February introduction week this year. For February, our theme is Groningen Unlocked, which is unlocking different possibilities, locations, and moments during people's stay in Groningen. It's from 30th of January till 4th of February. So yeah, if you have time during that, we would love to see you at one of our parties.
Perfect, thank you. Next. Okay, are you ready?
We're waiting for our secretary.
You can just start and then
Okay, great.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hello, darling pops. We are here to give us a little brief recap of who we are, what we do. Slide, please. Great. So we have updated our boards. As you can see, we have 3 new changes in position, I'm gonna say. So we have Daphne, who is now president. She was clubs coordinator before, hence why some of you know her. And we have 2 new board members. Please raise your hand and give us a big whoop.
2 Germans, by the way.
2 Germans. So, you know. But no, Leon is our clubs coordinator, so who took Daphne's job. And then Rob, who joined us as secretary. So, slide please. But, go ahead. Yes, we lost our cultural officer, which is quite sad, considering we have the cultural festival coming up. Slide, please. But this is the current board that we have. So, as I mentioned, Daphne, Rob, me, Leon, and then we have Priyank, Eddie, and Prajita, who couldn't make it today. And then we're still looking for our 8th member. So, if you're interested in joining Leiden, don't hesitate. We're really cool. Obviously, you're kind of busy, but I'm sure some of you can multitask, no problem. Okay, slide please. Yeah, exactly. Still amazing, still on top of everything. Yes. Today for our successes, we bring to you these award acknowledgement, however you want to call it. We won the Wellbeing Award for
From Leiden University.
From Leiden University. So we're basically the best association in Leiden. You're welcome. Representing us really well nationally. So that's pretty cool. And slide, please. Yes. So that means new partners, new funding. But yeah. So what have we been up to? We've done lots of cool activities, among them ice skating. We did also a city trip with Amsterdam. It was mentioned we did with Delft, pub crawl. We also had, Penny went to Disneyland, very cool. IKEA, pot painting for the cultural festival. And then we had our Christmas card with all little Christmas hats and everything. Slide, please. Yes, what's next, please? Yes. Our Kobo, we finally have a date, guys. Yay! Somewhere in Leiden, we're not decided. Book the date, 26th of February. Slide, please. Yes, and we have a crazy carnival cocktail coming up with a partner. So if you're not doing anything on the 13th of February, you're coming to Leiden and we're having a great cocktail party followed by a great after party. So, you know, sign us up. Next. And finally, our biggest event coming up this year, the Cultural Festival. Book the date as well, May 2nd. We're going to have lots of cool different stands, workshops, food stands. It's going to be awesome. You can sign up as a participant or as a, you know, active participant. So you're making food or you're teaching something cultural. Great news all over. And I think that's the end, actually.
Yes, perfect.
That's our WhatsApp group chat. Yay!
Thank you very much. ESN Rotterdam. Go back to the intro. Okay, are you ready? Okay, 3 minutes starting now.
Okay, hey guys, I'm glad we're finally not just 2 but 4 board members from ESN Rotterdam. I'm Dina, the events manager.
I'm Lucy, the marketing manager.
I'm Miloš, the treasurer.
And I'm Ricardo, the partnership manager.
Yeah, excellent.
Our other 2 are not here, but they are
3, Alea, Anya, and Marie.
Yeah, but they're Okay, so what I've been up to, we have the ESN Tuesdays every week, which is not Burst but Hits now. Same location, just rebranding. And we have our 10K students attending our whole events per year. And we have our 7 committees, so each board member has a committee with including like 50 active members. And we finally reach over 10K on Instagram. I think that's very nice. Yeah. Next slide. That's it.
So what we've been up to, we did Late Night Erasmus, which was the late night show. We did a cultural food fair, career workshop. We went to Belgium for the city trip for the Christmas market. We did candle workshops and like a lot more. Coming up, we have our EUR Vision. We are also planning to go to Paris. We have our Wintro Days for our new exchange students. And then we also, in 2 weeks, have our XL version of ESN Tuesdays. And then on the 13th, the same day as Lightest Party, we have our traffic light party, which last time had over 5,000 people in partnership with Heartbeat.
So if you have time after the Kobo, you can join the party. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Hi everyone, so we're ESN Maastricht. I'm Gigi.
I'm Peter.
And I'm Marta. Sadly, some of us cannot be here today, but anyways, that doesn't matter. So what we would say for the first semester is that there was a lot of learning while doing. Yeah, we started this completely new, didn't know what we were doing, but as time went on, obviously, it went well. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights, NP1, our arrival week, also our roomathon, which if you don't know what that is, it's a pub crawl, except from going from pub to pub. You go from house to house, and there's just different challenges at each person's house, and it's a lot of fun. There's also Oktoberfest. We had our Halloween party and our Kobo. And in that Kobo, we also appointed a new board member, our partnership manager, Jelle, who is also not here, but you will meet him in NP3. Next slide, please. Also more, Prague, more Halloween, our intro week, Cologne, paintballing, and NP1 again. Next slide, please. So, some successes. We created a great bond. And there was a lot of community building with like just the ESN Maastricht active members. It's very nice to have the activities with them and everything. So I feel like we really had that goal and we really succeeded with that goal. Also partnerships and collabs. Even though we were missing a partnership manager, we were quite successful with coming up with some partnerships and collabs, also thanks to Peter. And also, yeah, we had some really nice activities and events that we're quite successful and very happy about. We found a rhythm with our board and just everything in general, again, learning by doing. Google Calendar was our savior, honestly, without it, don't know what we would have done. And then with our challenges, there was challenges with finding balances with like uni and just ESN and work and family, friends, everything. Still kind of a challenge, but it's definitely been easier. Staying connected. Maastricht is quite far from everything and everyone, so something that was very difficult for us is being able to go to other people's events or just the national activities, everything. Yeah, hopefully we can find more time to do that this semester, but yeah. Last minute chaos, there's a lot of canceling. There's people that would sign up on a Google form and just cancel last minute. Very difficult event stuff. Crocobilly, I think some of you might have noticed that Crocobilly is not with us. We lost him well, we didn't lose him. He got stolen at Kobo and we haven't gotten him back yet. Kidnapped.
So, yeah, he got kidnapped. Students being students, very difficult situations. Yeah. And yeah. Mistakes are part of the process. And last but not least, the plan more or less is to build on what worked, continue learning from what didn't, and finish the year strong together. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. Now, since we have to leave the room in 5 minutes, I propose the change of the agenda. And you can see the change in the agenda itself. It's removing the SNA updates from now for tomorrow, and we can have them right before the voting, so after the quorum. And it wouldn't change too much, and we can recover tomorrow from the time lost. But today we it's impossible not to do it. So anyone opposes with changing the agenda of having the SNA updates tomorrow instead of tonight? Okay, no votes of opposition. Perfect. Then the agenda was changed. So now we're gonna have the OC announcements for closing.
Hello. We gotta be quick because we have to be out of the building at 5:30, so sorry to rush, but we gotta do what we gotta do. On your way outside, that's where you came in, we have our dinners ready. We're not gonna eat here, it's just takeaway lunches, dinner. They're hot, you will get 1 fork or 1 spoon. Sustainability. There are four different kind of meals that we have. We have Dal Delight, which is a vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free, and lactose-free. So those that have allergies get that one, Dal Delight, or the Moroccan stew, Morocco stew. That's also vegetarian, vegan, gluten-free, and lactose-free. So get that one of those two. Mango curry. This one is gluten-free and lactose-free. But it has meat in there. So if you want meat and you're not gluten-free or lactose intolerant, get that one. And this one is vegetarian burrito bowl. Vegetarian, so it's vegetarian meat in there, I guess. Burrito bowl. So 4. Remember, you get 1 meal. It's a hot meal, 1 spoon or 1 fork. All right? Now let's get the fuck out of here.
Johnny, is it simply?